And a very warm welcome to all of you to Business Standard Infrastructure Summit. Today, over the course of the day, we have lined up speakers and experts and decision makers from the government, industry, finance, policy making to discuss a sector that forms the backbone of our economic growth story. So without wasting any more time, let me invite on stage our editor-in-chief, Mr. Shailesh Dobal, to set the context for the event.
Thank you, Ruchika, and good morning, everybody. On behalf of Business Standard, let me extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this special Business Standard event on infrastructure, India Builds for Growth and Green. The context in which we are holding this event is very interesting. Last week, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while addressing the nation on the occasion of the 79th Independence Day from Red Fort, renewed his call for self-reliance across sectors and announced a slew of reforms and big-ticket development schemes. This was in the backdrop of Trump's tariffs and what the PM called, and I quote, economic self-interest becoming the global order of the day, unquote. Essentially, PM drove the message that self-reliance or Atmanirbharta needs to be the guiding principle of India's development strategy and the growth model towards Samriddh and Viksit Bharat by 2047. Needless to say, the role of infrastructure, whether it's physical, digital, or social, towards the goal of Atmanirbhar Viksit Bharat cannot be overemphasized. Gaps in India's infrastructure and logistics sector increase the cost of doing business and affects the overall competitiveness of Indian firms. It is almost cliched, but the fact still needs repeating that rupees 1 spent on infrastructure contributes almost 3 to gross domestic product. So it's a no-brainer that expenditure on infrastructure will continue to be a key part of the country's economic strategy. The need for infra capex is huge. Again, it goes without saying. According to one report, in the next 5 years alone, India will need upwards of $2 trillion for infrastructure development to meet its milestone of becoming a developed country by 2047. There is now consensus that India needs to spend almost 8 to 10% of GDP on infrastructure to maintain its single high-digit economic growth needed for the next 2-3 years towards Viksit Bharat. According to CRISIL, infrastructure spending is expected to double over the next 7 years, which would mean expenditure of almost 1,40,000 lakh crore. A significant increase in non-fossil fuel investment is also expected towards decarbonization. The question is, where will all this money come from? The government is already contributing almost 3/4 of infrastructure spending. With demands on government money growing from all sectors, there could be social scheme, security and defense of the country, faster fiscal consolidation, and managing the external sector in an environment becoming tough for trade and investments, the budgetary outlays already look stretched. The private sector needs to step up on infrastructure investments. But what will it take to make that happen? Right policies in terms of making infrastructure a safer asset class, policy stability, promoting innovative financing options, and strengthening the regulatory and institutional ecosystem around infrastructure will help. Initiatives which are already running, like the National Infrastructure Pipeline, National Monetization Pipeline, the National Asset Reconstruction Company, the Gati Shakti Initiative, and special development financial institutions like NAFID will need to be revitalized. Like my colleague Ruchika said, to discuss, debate, and deliberate on the road ahead on India Builds for Growth and Green, we have lined up as many as 6 stellar panels through the course of the day. These panels, featuring some of the thinkers and doers in the infrastructure sector, will deal with issues of funding and investments, building our ports and airports as global hub, the challenges of both renewables and fossil besides much else. And to top it all, we'll have the honor and pleasure to hear 3 key infrastructure ministers, in Union Minister of Sports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarvanand Sonowal, Union Minister for New and Renewables Energy, Shri Prahlad Joshi, and Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari, on the experience, perspective, and prognosis on building for Samruddha and Viksit Bharat 2047. Well, with such firepower waiting to be deployed, it will be criminal to keep you waiting. So let the show begin, as they say. May I now invite Master of Ceremonies and my colleague, Ruchika Chitravanshi, back on stage. Over to you, Ruchika, please.
Thank you, Shailesh, for setting that context. And as you said, we shouldn't be wasting any more time. It is on to our first panel discussion of the day on infra for Viksit Bharat, planning, funding, and building. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Rahul Mittal, Chairman and MD, RITES Limited. Mr. Mittal, with an experience of 3 decades in the rail industry, has been spearheading RITES, a public sector transport infrastructure consultancy and engineering firm since 2021. Prior to this, he spent a decade at Container Corporation of India. And welcome, Mr. Mittal. May I now invite on stage Mr. Jagan Shah, Chief Executive Officer of the Infra Vision Foundation. Mr. Shah is an architect with previous experience with the UK government and the National Institute of Urban Affairs as its director. I'd also now like to invite on stage our third panelist, Mr. Kuljit Singh.
Hello, is it working? So, hello and welcome to the first session of the Business Standard Infrastructure Summit. My colleague Ruchika has already apprised you of the impeccable credentials of our guests here. So, I'll just start with the meat of the matter. This panel seems to be happening at a very opportune time. We are at that part of the year where everybody, for at least one time in the day, is speaking about infrastructure. Perhaps the accompanying phrases while they speak is not appropriate for this gathering. But it seems to be, especially during monsoons, it seems to be the time when everybody is thinking about infrastructure, everybody is thinking about where this country is headed when it comes to infrastructure. So, and what is happening to our cities. So, I'll start with Jagan. Are our cities falling apart? Is that a correct assessment of the situation?
I think they're reeling under growth. What we are facing is the consequences of not having planned our cities well enough. Not that originally they may not have been planned well. Most of our cities have actually got some fairly well planned neighborhoods which are legacy of the past. But the kind of spurt of growth that we've seen, especially since 1991, we've been unprepared for that. Our systems, our policies, our regulations, all of it is not fit for purpose for the kind of growth that we are seeing.
Right. So, this begs the question, what exactly are we doing wrong in terms of planning, what exactly needs to be done. So I would just like to pick your brains in terms of how this planning needs to be done, what are the challenges to planning infrastructure in cities, and then I'll move to broader national infrastructure with the rest of our guests.
Sure. Happy to sort of set the stage on that question. Cities are complex entities. They're systems of systems. They're networks, systems, all of it coming together. It's not child's play to actually plan a city. But what is essential is that it's driven by a vision of what we need in the future, and therefore, and that's sort of quintessentially planning is about projecting into the future and then making provisions today so that we can actually accommodate the kind of growth and evolution that is necessary. Evolution especially takes place in terms of technologies. So I could very well say that what we need to now face is the challenge of making technology shifts across the board entirely in all of our infrastructure, all of our service deliveries. And this isn't just about digital technology. If you look at metabolic functions like sanitation, for instance, it's pure science, it's chemistry, physics, all of that being applied. So we need that enormous shift in technologies, and we need to pay for that. And as was said in the inaugural speech, we need to do it based on frugal, homemade innovations. And that's why you need a complete ecosystem to support the kinds of evolutions that we need in our cities. And therefore, we need to make sure that our conversations are diverse enough and have multiple disciplines, multiple skill sets like we are on this panel, all of it sitting together. And that takes quite a bit of doing, especially if the geography of your cities is 8,000 cities spread over the size of a subcontinent.
So I'll come to more on cities later as we move through the session, because the session will focus on all aspects of infrastructure, planning, funding, and actual execution of these projects. So I would like to move this discussion to a broader channel of how do we plan infrastructure. We have a seasoned infrastructure planner, Rahul is here. You have been working in this space for quite a while. With RIDES, you have planned several projects. And just wanted to understand, there seems to be, when it comes to infrastructure planning, sure, we sit here, we have some idea of the sector, we speak about the sector with some depth, but for the larger portion of the people, there seem to be more questions than answers in terms of how infrastructure is planned. We have one of our chief guests here today, Mr. Gadkari, who's been speaking for quite a while on how projects are not planned at an adequate quality. So when it comes to broader infrastructure on the national scale, what has your experience been? What are the challenges in planning and how do we go about it?
So I think, Dhruvaksh, out of the three elements of infrastructure which you said, planning, funding, and execution, to my mind, planning is the core. And unfortunately, and we keep reading about quality of DPRs, etc., quality of TFRs, DPRs. And just to give you an idea, say a 500 crore infrastructure project, the DPR would be 1 crore or 1.5 crores. And that's why sometimes it gets the least amount of importance, whereas to my mind, that's the core. And interestingly, how do you choose the entity for doing a DPR? Because as I said, that is the core for the time frame, the cost, the quality of the infrastructure. And I'm sure many of you would know, but just to bring home the specific point, there is a two-packet system by which you, tendering system, by which you select works tenders. So you have a technical bid, and then you have a financial bid. And say 4 people qualify in the technical bid based on their credentials, etc. Then all of them are on the same level. And then the decision is on the L1 on opening of the financial bid. Now, this is okay for a works or an infrastructure construction project for 500 crores. Now, when you're doing selection of an entity for making a DPR, say for 1 crore, This is not the right method. The standard method which is laid down for selection of consultants for DPR is the QCBS method, which is the quality and cost-based selection, where you have a 70-30 or an 80-20 weightage, and you carry forth the score of 70, add the weightage of 30 for the financial bid, and then you give the cumulative score. So that is a very key point, and in spite of extant instructions being reiterated time and again, large number of selection of entities is still being done on the two-packet system. And that's where we lose out, because we think ये तो छोटा सा 1 crore का DPR बनाना है, किसी से भी बनवा लो. That, to my mind, needs a very, very concentrated focus, laying down strictly that you will choose DPR entities only by the QCBS method.
Right. So, currently, how many institutions in the country do you think actually work on selecting, DPR planners on a quality basis?
My rough assessment, it is still about 50-50 or about 55-45. And then you'll ask me a very basic question, that if the extant instructions are there are precedences, and still about 50% are doing by QCBS, why are the rest of the 45 not doing it by the QCBS method? And it's a very simple answer. The answer is that because in the QCBS selection method, you need to take a decision, which is the most difficult thing. So when you're doing a scoring on a 70 based on your, and mind it, the scoring on 70 is not only based on your past credentials, but also the quality of resources that you will deploy for the DPR. So there's a weightage for both, and both add on to become 70. And so, as I said, why don't people want to do it? Because then you have to take a decision. You have to do a scoring, which is difficult. So you have to, take a conscious, proactive step to take a decision. The easiest is to do a simple technical evaluation on a two-packet system where you just check the credentials, the balance sheet, the net worth, etc., and say you're technically qualified.
Right. Kuljit, you also worked on several projects. What has your experience in project planning been like? How do you think we can truly make this better? Rahul brought out a bunch of deficiencies in terms of how we are going about it. Where do you see the way forward in terms of better planning of projects so that we don't see collapses that keep happening?
I think the point that you mentioned is very valid. Rahul has mentioned that there is a need for this QCBS system. And I think you need to figure out why does the government not implement it? And if you can address the root cause why they don't implement it, then you won the game. Because this demand for doing a QCBS is not a new demand. This has been there for the last 20 years actually. People have realized that this flaw exists, but it continues. So why does the government continue with this? And I think the reason why they continue it is because if you're paying somebody some money, a government is paying money to somebody, you run the risk that at a later date somebody can question, hey, you have overpaid. And it becomes very complex from the government's perspective. If they got bids, one of the bidders has given, and the divergence in the bids also is huge in government tenders. And to give you an example, which I recently experienced in a tender, which was QCBS, by the way. In a tender, we were participating, we got 93 marks out of 100, and our bid was 15. There was another entity, and the passing marks were 75, and miraculously everybody got more than 75 in the tender. So then there was the least technically qualified entity got somewhere around close to 80 marks. Their bid was 2. We were at 15 with 93. There was another guy with 2 with lower marks. And it was great outcome from the government. Everybody heaved a sigh of relief. What a great outcome. We are now required to give it to the person quoting a fee of 2. In case it would have been a more different outcome where they were forced to give to the guy having 15, they will be, I can tell you the only way such things go through in the government system that we have observed, if it goes right to the top level, where there is a group of ministers which was set up who can take this decision that yes, we can award something to somebody who's maybe charging us more. So I think the reason why this is happening within the government system is because there is a fear that if you do such a thing, at a later date, you may be questioned that you have led to a loss to the government. So if you can address that no, if you have followed a QCBS system, nobody can question you at a later date on whether the government has overpaid, underpaid, doesn't matter, then people will be encouraged to do that. But as long as they run the risk that they can be questioned at a later date, they are not going to do that, right? So we will continue. The second thing that we have seen is in the government, if you want to still make an effort to improve the system, you should also try to evaluate what has been the historical performance of, this was the plan and this was the actual thing which fructified on the ground, right? That here's what the DPR said, here's what happened. And I have a very extensive database of what have been the deviations. So that will also give an indication to the planners that historically, okay, every time we follow this system, we give award of a DPR, we end up with an error range of maybe it's 10%, 20%, whatever is the error range, something will come up. So maybe that will help you to actually recalibrate the system, so to say. But till such time that you don't take this element of fear out of the system, and it's very difficult to do it in the government system. I think very, very difficult to do it. I think then the next best order, everything goes to the group of ministers who are ultimately taking the decision. So the people on the ground can say, hey, we never took this decision, it was someone else. So we move ahead. So it's a very, very difficult, I think, problem to address.
Right. Jagan, I also want to get your quick thoughts. Is the planning problem just what Rahul and Kuljit have spoken about, or does the rot run actually deeper than that?
That's a strong word, rot. But I certainly would say that I think this point about procurement is really crucial. Having said that, I would say that it's actually even more complex than what we have just heard from Rahul and Kuljit. Because at the end of the day, even if a criterion is there for, here's 35 marks weightage for the quality of the team, right? You still make a judgment call, And I have been part of processes at the Ministry of Urban Development where the presiding officer who has to look at the procurement, and I'm on the procurement committee, wanted to break it down to such a granular level that if वो masters है तो उसको 1.5 मिलेगा और अगर PhD है तो 2 मिलेगा. So there is essentially what Kuljit said about both. It's not just fear; it's also lack of confidence. I've been an officer in the government. I had the rank of an additional secretary as the director of the National Institute of Urban Affairs. I had to write notings in files. Essentially, you could even do a sole sourcing if you can provide adequate reasons, and you could record those reasons as the decision maker. I never hesitated to record my decisions, and I'm still out of jail. So, and we were part of large processes. I don't mean to invite trouble. I'm just saying that essentially you cannot escape the application of mind. And one of the reasons why we need more industry, academia collaborations or collaborations across the whole ecosystem is that it helps the officer taking a decision to have a reference. Suppose, take for instance, we've done a lot of work on sanitation, and that's why I mentioned it earlier. Today, an officer can say, hey, we have this either a study or we have a technology developed at the Indian Institute of Technology, and that can become a benchmark for taking this decision, So it's really crucial that we evolve the system. Because if you look at it on paper, the finance manuals put out by the Ministry of Finance are very evolved. They actually talk about value for money, right? You're supposed to achieve value for money. Now that's not a mere choice between procurement systems, and we need to move, given the pressure to achieve the Viksit Bharat goal. And we only have a decade to actually build all the infrastructure now. We need 12 years just to make it function properly and deliver services. Given that pressure, we will have to deploy even more agile methods such as Swiss Challenge. But we are not prepared for being able to do that. And therefore, the Prime Minister's call, I would see as a call for all a 360-degree review of whether we have systems in our organizations, our companies, our institutions, and our government departments which are fit for the purpose that we need to achieve. And that, if we have clarity on that, we may develop the confidence that we need to be able to overcome the fear that Kuljit talked about. Sorry, that's a long-winded answer, but yeah.
Sure. So many questions, but since we have limited time, I want to move to the funding aspect of it. So there seems to be a lot of hesitation when it comes to infrastructure financing, and there seems to be a lot of confusion in terms of how do we finance projects. I think a large part of your jobs also ends up dealing with that issue. And it has it gotten tougher in the last decade, or do you feel, I want to throw this question to Kuljit first, do you feel that the sector has buried the ghost of the NPA crisis, or are we still living with it? Both in terms of lenders, institutions, and developers.
I think we've buried it. What we have seen is it's rarely difficult to fund a project in India now from a debt perspective. I mean, your project has really, must have done something really, really wrong. Otherwise, generally, I would say 99% of the projects get funded in India. It may be a question of who's funding you. So there is a trend that we have observed in the market. You would say that highway projects, you'll find the banks are very, very keen on funding highway projects. And the reason for that is that under the concession contract, there's a backstop given by NHI to the lenders. And they're very happy with that. NHI is a statutory authority built by a special act of parliament. So we're very happy getting that backstop from NHI. And that gives them a lot of confidence. In renewable energy, I think it's a bit of a mixed bag. You have banks, you do have NBFCs, you have foreign banks, and you have specialized institutions like the Power Finance Corporation or IDEDA, etc., who are also very active in this. So a bit of a mixed bag, but still you can get funding. Other than these two, we also see that there are sectors like ports or airports where also it's very easy to get funding. I think where you may struggle a bit to get a funding, and that struggle will be not in getting or not getting debt. It is only from the perspective, what are the terms of getting the debt? So let's say the best terms that we see are basically given to hybrid annuity projects in India. So you get the best possible debt terms that you can think of are always earmarked for those projects. I think the worst terms will probably go to emerging sectors. So emerging sectors in the current environment would be something like anything to do with electric vehicle infrastructure or the EV value chain. I think there is not enough evidence and not enough experience on the ground. So probably you'll still get funding, but maybe the terms will not be as good as what you will get for highway assets. But in general, debt has not been a problem as far as India is concerned. I think what we see is more different from the equity perspective, because in equity, what we are seeing is there is a clear-cut behavior as far as foreign investors are concerned. So in India, what we see is if you have greenfield renewable energy projects, you find a lot of foreign investors who are happy to take the construction risk in India and are willing to put in equity. And they're also happy getting into operating assets in renewable energy. But when it comes to highways, we really struggle to find foreign investors who are happy to put in money into highway assets in India. And it's difficult to understand why they don't do it. Maybe the construction period is longer or something like that. But generally, there is a reluctance as far as highways is concerned. Similarly, even for ports, airports, they're very happy taking greenfield risk in India. So from an equity perspective, what we see is that it's just the greenfield highways where foreign investment is still difficult to get. Otherwise, in every other sector, I think, whether it's greenfield or operating, you do get foreign investors who are happy to put in the money. Then one more trend that we are seeing now in the market is that there is this new instrument of InvIT which has got created. and which is becoming increasingly popular. So InvITs for infrastructure, REITs for real estate. There what we are seeing is InvITs are very, very popular for highways, but as yet are not very popular for renewable energy. So somehow developers are not very keen on putting their operating assets into InvITs for renewable energy. We see probably this trend will change in the near future, but right now the market seems to be more focused on InvITs for highway assets than for renewable energy. So equity generally available except for greenfield highway projects where foreign investment is a bit difficult to get.
In the context of that, I just wanted to understand, why do you think while there are enough domestic investors, foreign investment, you said from an equity perspective, seems to be a problem. But we see empirically that a number of sectors have not really taken off, infrastructure sectors, when it comes to PPP. So is there a sort of information gap that we are seeing in terms of how the sector is behaving when it comes to PPP? And this I'm talking purely about domestic investors.
So see, generally what we've seen is the sectors which are managed by the central government. Typically you have a lot of PPP projects in those sectors. The only exception that we see in that is railways. Somehow railways, despite the best efforts of the government, you don't see a lot of PPP projects coming up from railways as a sector, despite that being under the control of the central government. Where we see a lot of demand for PPP projects, but no flow of PPP projects, is one in water. You definitely need a lot of PPP in water, but hardly any, very restricted flow of PPP projects. You need PPP in waste management, but highly restricted flow in that segment also. So anything to do with the local governments, state governments, municipal governments, anything which is within their domain is very, very difficult to get on a PPP basis. That's what we are seeing.
Right.
But central government, barring railways, I think you keep on getting PPP projects from them.
So I also want to throw this question open to both Rahul and Jagan. In terms of where do we see, because private investment seems to be the need of the hour right now. And Kuljit also said that railways is one of the sectors where it has not really happened yet. So first, I just wanted to pick your brains on where do you see private investment working out, and is there any genuine scope for, because there seem to be a lot of arguments against monetization and true PPP in railways in terms of how it works out. So do you see PPP working out in certain sectors better, and is railways going to be one of those sectors?
So in general, across sectors, our experience shows, and we are quite certain about it, that there is no shortage of money to invest, and there is no shortage of infrastructure projects to invest. So that's the beauty. You have, whether it's like PSUs like the PFCs, IRFC, REC, in fact, they're all trying to diversify into other areas. They have money to invest, whether it's NBFCs, whether it's the banks. So all are wanting to deploy money. And at one hand, there is so many multi-sectoral metro systems, highways, etc., building. I mean, there are a huge number of infrastructure projects. So again, a very basic question which I ask, and we keep asking ourselves also, and I ask the forum here, why is it that then there is sometimes a gap, and then what you were pointing out also? And I think one of the points, and again I want to throw this open, spark a thought in you, is that sometimes there is a lack of being able to do the deep due diligence which is required for a long-term PPP project, which is the risk assessment, the revenue assessments, the policy changes, etc. And to my mind, again, there is that gap there which seems to be a very key element which is required. So for example, you have gold standard credit rating agencies, whether you say the S&Ps, the Moody's, the Fitch, etc. I want to ask the forum, can you name one gold standard, world-class agency which can do a complete due diligence for investment in an infrastructure project. So what you will end up doing is, if you are an investor, you will take financial assessment from X, you will take the engineering assessment from Y, you will take the risk assessment and policy assessment from Z. And that somewhere is the gap which I think there is that if we further need to, expedite or improve the quantum of investment, this is a gap which definitely needs to be addressed.
So I also wanted to speak to you about railways. There, with the monetization of railways, you have worked on several railway projects, and the standard argument and the silver bullet seems to be that it's a public good, and B, there are operational safety requirements that require the railways to keep several aspects of the infrastructure to themselves. In your assessment, have you have done several projects. Have you found that to be a true test of how PPP will work out in railways?
So you see, world over, railways have experimented, various countries' railways have experimented with various models, and they have evolved over a period of time. So normally, ideally, the core areas, whether it is operation or safety issues or even in maintenance, the final certification or the final go ahead for the maintained stock or any asset, that normally by world over experience, normally railways like to keep with themselves. And what is being done and is definitely being done by Indian Railways also is trying to look for investments in other areas which is not the core operation or the core maintenance area. So learning from the experience world over, as I said, various railways, many old railway systems have experienced and come back on a mid path, revisited the model. So that is the learning experience which and Indian Railways, as you've seen a lot of recent examples where they are looking at a lot of private investment also.
Right. Jagan, I wanted to ask you, so much of the infrastructure sentiment, building on this theme of PPP, so much of the infrastructure sentiment, despite a push for PPP, despite a push for private investment, so much of the infrastructure sentiment of the country and the sector seems to be decided in February when the budget is announced, which kind of underscores how heavily public sector driven it continues to be, and why there is a lot of difficulty building any momentum for the rest of the year, and we wait for February, then we wait for the next February. So, and despite all the budgetary push that has happened so far in infrastructure, our urban municipal bodies, urban bodies, and our transport authorities continue to be severely underfunded. So where do you see this problem coming from, and what is the way forward when it comes to this?
Well, I think, again, it's related to what Kuljit said. Sovereign guarantee is what everybody relies on. Everybody loves a big grant or a transfer from the central government because it carries that kind of guarantee. And those kinds of PPP projects, the big ticket ones, they seem to be working fine. But the urban infrastructure projects are distributed across the entire territory. They're small. They're also entirely subservient to how the state and the urban local body actually functions financially. And therefore, you're not able to attract the kind of PPP that you want to the urban projects. But having said that, we have done some of those projects, and they stand out like lighthouses. Take the bond issued by Pune more than a decade ago, or around a decade ago, which relied on two things. One was a resolution by the municipal corporation that water charges will be increased every year, right? That was a resolution. And secondly, the ring fencing of the money that comes from the water charges. Two very simple, straightforward administrative financial reforms, right, taken up by the Pune Municipal Corporation. But what it did was to de-risk it, to use Rao's term. The de-risking was really crucial, because what it tells the private sector player is that, hey, the money is secure, right, and we can rely on it, and the resolution is there. So you're not going to have policy creep. You're not going to have a backstepping from the kind of policies that you've done. And we can see the harmful effects of this on the market in enormous examples like the metro in Hyderabad, where policy slippages are really severely affecting the continued sustainability of that project and such like. So there are a number of different cases from India where we can analyze what those kinds of problems are, but fundamentally it's about actually just the basic, like Rahul said, the due diligence, right? That due diligence tends to be missing. And it tends to be missing because, one, we often hire the wrong advisors, and secondly, we just rely on somebody else bailing us out. And that's the problem of the sovereign guarantee, right? And which is why the government of India is now very wary of providing sovereign guarantees on projects. They are now not hesitating to refuse large capex investments, such as most recently in the Bhubaneswar metro. The proposal was turned down, right? Now, you wouldn't expect that from an important state and a state capital, but it did happen. And it happens even on the NHAI front. Last year itself, there was not that much capitalization done for highways because we've kind of maximized already that whole program, the NHDP. But having said that, we now need to shift gear to far more well thought out, well planned, very focused and targeted projects that have the due diligence that takes care of the entire sort of, if I can call it, the value chain embedded in that project, and over a life cycle of the project. That's another big problem because government has crowded out all private investment. The basic logic which we apply in our own households and families, which is that I have to think about the entire life of the asset that I'm building, such as my house. I don't think about it in public infrastructure, right? I build it, I take 3-4 years, I go over budget, I go over time. If you look at MOSPI's data on the infrastructure projects, it's pretty frightening, actually. Nobody's calculating how much money is just being wasted because of that. But we don't think about it when we spend, public money. Now that's a cultural problem as well, and we need to change that culture. And that will only change if we actually proscribe such kinds of wayward and wasteful practices, whether that's coming from the government or from the private sector.
So there seems to be a consensus that having a lot of thought process behind certain infrastructures, especially when they're perceived as public good, and leaving that due diligence in the hands of the private sector would be detrimental to the overall development, because you want to, you have certain projects, even if they may not financially work out in the favor of a private operator, or, even for the government in terms of internal rate of returns. So I just wanted to understand, how do you see this sort of balance working out between the silver bullet argument of a public good versus the sort of necessity to de-risk certain projects and make them a valuable offer for a private operator? Where do you draw that line?
It's a tough line to draw. I'm not sure that the two are completely separate, and it's an either or kind of choice. But I do believe that, and speaking now as the architect, which I was trained to be, that the design matters and the foundation matters really, and all that depends on your analysis of the circumstance in which you're developing the project. So I think fundamentally, project preparation is the route where all of the value really gets originated. And we do not have, and I know for a fact that even at the highest levels in the central government, they've been wanting to set up project preparation facilities, clearing houses for project evaluation, and it hasn't happened. So we are far from cities being able to do it. But we may be jump-starting that engine a little bit by things like the Urban Challenge Fund, which I believe is truly has the potential of being transformative, because it's no longer about allocation saying, hey, everybody should build toilets, everybody should build, XYZ, one size fits all, but about, okay, bring us your projects. and the government is willing to give you only 25% from the center, 50% has to come through PPP. That's a transformative idea. The finance minister has announced it. They haven't brought out the guidelines yet for the Urban Challenge Fund. But I believe we're always ahead of the curve in terms of really smart ideas coming in from the top. But by the time they hit the ground, they just fizzle out, actually, or malfunction.
Kuljit, I wanted to bring you into this. The idea, since the theme that we've sort of fumbled upon, is that infrastructure projects, there has to be a very clear thought out process in terms of when do we spend, or perhaps even overspend with justification that it's a public good, versus when do we give it to a private operator. Railways, we've heard from Rahul, there seem to be several justifications why certain sectors which are seen as public good would not go for PPP or would not try to bring in private investment. Safety and them being public assets being one of the reasons. Is that also your assessment, or do you feel there is much more scope for PPP in terms of sectors that are even seen as conservative by the rest?
You have a lot of scope for PPP in India for the simple reason that, see, India, every government is resource constrained. We don't have enough resources. We have so many competing uses of the fund, right? Somebody has to get clean water for free. Somebody has to get housing for free or subsidized. So many requirements or so many uses of the resources are there, and governments don't have enough money. So by default, I think in India what needs to happen is that if there was a possibility to get private investment to fund what would have been otherwise funded by the government on a capex basis, you should always go down that path without fail. Don't even think about it, because we know for a fact that governments don't have enough money. Every government runs in a deficit in India, right? So even at the central government, I think we are still in deficit. So if that is the case, then where is the question of thinking about whether to go in for PPP or not? I think what we find in India, so once again you have to see why is the central government so successful and state governments falter, right? Because central government picks up one sector, it does a lot of research and comes up with one project in which they will freeze all the documents, so bid documents, concession documents, they do a lot of back and forth with investors, with financiers, with the government agencies also, and then they'll freeze. And then they will keep on replicating that for every successive project. NHAI, why is it successful? It replicates the same process which may have been done. I think the model concession agreement was first frozen somewhere around in end of 1990, I think, end of 2000, early 2000s, I think, somewhere around that. So 25 years, same thing is being replicated, same processes. Of course, there must be tweaks here and there, but replication, right? Broadly replicated. Same thing for, I think, renewable energy also. 2011, I think the sector opened up. You are busy replicating the same thing. What happens is in the rest of the sectors which are not within the domain of the central government, the issue is we have lots and lots of states in India. We have lots and lots of union territories. Within those states and union territories, you have lots of cities, like you mentioned about Pune. Okay, that's one city in one Maharashtra state, but how many other cities are there? So now if you had to privatize water, get investment in water segment, water is controlled by the municipal authorities, right? So you'll go to a city like Pune, you'll go to Nashik, you'll go to Delhi, convince each and every one of those municipal corporations. Then those municipal corporations will come out with documents. They will probably take the trouble of talking to investors, talking to lenders, and coming up with something like a bankable project or a well thought out project, and they will try to experiment. But just because, let's say, a particular municipal corporation has gone ahead and perfected a particular project doesn't mean that it will be followed by the other guy. In India, what we have seen is, and this extends even to the central government, by the way, you look at the documents for highways, you look at the documents for renewable energy, you look at the documents for ports, you look at the documents for airports, they're all different. They're not the same. So even within a particular government level, every department says, hey, I know better than the other because my sector is different, so my documents are different. So now if you now extrapolate it to the municipal authorities in India. I don't know if Rahul or Jagan, you know how many municipal authorities we have, but they must be running at least 1,000 plus, right? 1,000 agencies are now going to apply their mind separately on coming out with the documents, and why should they do it? Ultimately, why should they do it? Because what we are seeing is there is no push from the government also. So ideally, what should be done in India is, hey, we are resource constrained, we don't have the money. If there is a possibility to get money from private sector, we'll go down the path. Here is the target for you. So central government will go to railways and say, sorry, here's the target for you, $5 billion coming from private investment. You have 2 years to do it. If you don't do it, here are the consequences for you. Then same for state governments. You go to municipal corporations and say, for water project, this is the investment target for you. And these are the consequences of not doing, and go down that path. Become highly prescriptive, and relentlessly make people accountable for the execution of the targets which you set for them. That's what you have to do.
But that's what the government kind of envisioned with the national monetization pipeline and other such initiatives, didn't it? So why has it not worked out?
Because in India, see, what we have seen is there are two infrastructure asset classes. One is the infrastructure asset which exists already, and the one is new creation. What we've seen is it's very difficult to do something with something which is already built, because you run the risk that at a later date somebody can question you at what was the value of that which was already built by the government. And there are some very amazing arguments that you get, like once we were working on a project for one of the governments, and we got a letter from someone influential who said that, and I still remember the exact words. It was, you are robbing the future you're doing something to the future generations of India by doing this. And we asked them, hey sir, okay, fine. So what we are doing is we are privatizing an asset which you've already created. So what will theoretically happen is that government will realize the money that they had deployed. This money can potentially deployed into another asset. So what will happen in practice is, and we didn't write it, I thought in my mind that what will happen is the future generation who would have otherwise got one asset, now they'll have two, probably because of what we are doing. So, so what happens is very difficult to do something with what already exists, very difficult. But it's not so difficult at all to do something with something new. So if you had to create a new asset, new road, new port, new airport, new highway, you're not suffering from any legacy issues. And therefore, it's very easy to do that. So probably what can be done in the sectors in which we do not have PPP, like water, waste management, railways, start with new asset creation. Forget about the existing ones. Say existing ones, okay, this remains within the domain of whichever government agency or government department is looking at this. Let's start with something new, where you are asking for some kind of a capex outlay from the government. Hey, we are not going to give it. We will go to the private sector and ask them to build it. And you go and manage it, sure. Maybe try that.
Right. So Rahul, I want to, first, we also want to get to the execution part of the panel, and you have overseen a lot of execution of projects. So I want to throw two questions. One, just following up from what Kuljit said, in terms of, so much for the government in terms of to do with privatization, new asset creation. You have worked in the government. You could probably provide some perspective on what the other side of the argument remains in terms of new asset creation, why it probably not such an easy idea to replicate. But secondly on execution, there seem to be, for the lay person, there seems to be a very simple idea: corrupt bureaucrat, corrupt developer, corrupt everybody, bad project falls, disaster. This is the general chronology. The question is very simple. Is it that simple? Could you take us through what really goes on to an execution and why these things happen, or will they continue to happen?
So I think you've touched a very important point regarding the quality of execution. And I'll pick up from where I said about the DPR, etc. Fair enough. Now you come to the execution stage. So you've got presumably a good DPR, a good detailed design, etc. Everything good. You've even got a good executing agency. So I'm giving that you've got a good design, you've got a good executing agency, and now you want good execution at the ground level. So I think there are two key elements in my mind and our experience that which is very important for good execution. And sometimes one is that you should not get blinded by that pressure of expeditious execution. Sometimes that bogey of expeditious execution sometimes blinds us. So to my mind, two key elements of good execution. And one is deployment of very good resources at the field for project management consultancy, what is known as colloquially as PMC. You need a very good entity at the field to just simply, in simple words, ensure that jo design hai, wahi ban raha hai. What is there in the good design is being executed by the good executing agency. So that is one. And second is, how can you best use technology, not technology for the sake of technology, but how can you best use technology for seeing and assessing the vulnerable spots. So these, to my mind, are very important elements. And again, I'll bring up a small point here, which is very interesting, and our experience in the last many such projects has shown us. Interestingly, when you fix up a project management consultancy entity, one thinking among most of the clients is that the entity which made the DPR cannot be a PMC entity because there is a conflict of interest. And I'm again repeating this. This is a thought process which has so many debates on that, and some entities, some clients have brought out policy document, and a DPR wala entity cannot be the PMC entity because there is a conflict of interest. And half the time it is reverse, and people who have realized it have reversed this. Because when you get a PMC on spot, he'll spend the first few months saying that the DPR and design was completely wrong. He will reinvent the wheel, and you've lost again 6 to 10 months because of that. So most of the clients now are realizing this, and they have in fact reversed it and brought out policy documents and SOPs on that. So again, I'm touching a very important point, that this realization, I mean, I can understand there can be a conflict of interest between a DPR, PMC and the executing agency. But this logic that there can be a conflict of interest between a DPR entity and a PMC entity needs really to be questioned.
Jagan, I think Rahul spoken something interesting, that we have seen a trend where we have had, record amounts of execution from government agencies, and sometimes perhaps expeditious execution is not the best idea in terms of looking at quality. How do you see that? Has a pursuit of this pace sort of allowed us to compromise on quality of the projects? Are they two related? Do you see that as that?
Well, we certainly know of one particular case. In fact, what Kuljit was talking about, the highways. We did a study with IIT Delhi on elements of highway construction which affect the safety of movement of vehicles, or in the case of accidents, what happens. And IIT Delhi discovered on looking at a number of different documents that corners were being cut in terms of the safety. We lost Mr. Cyrus Mistry, for instance, because of a badly constructed junction, along the highway, right? Now, that we know even, and it's admitted by people off the record, that yes, of course you have to cut corners because you have to build fast. The kinds of targets that NHAI was set for building the highways were pretty crazy targets. They have given us a huge network of highways, but not all the safety requirements as per the IRC codes have been complied with in that construction. So as a public trust, we do feel that it's also important to remind ourselves that while we need to build fast, we also need to build right. And that compromise will affect the future generations. So I think we do have issues with regard to what we end up doing, and I think the EPC mode of awarding contracts has its very big pluses, but it certainly has downsides, and we do need to have open conversations about what that does. It gives you things faster, but it does leave the option to cut corners with the agency that gets that contract.
Right. Kuljit, any final thoughts? Just to quickly wrap up what is in terms of how do we go about infrastructure for Viksit Bharat? Just to wrap up the session in terms of where do we see ourselves doing better in execution and getting funding, better funding?
I think you should be trying to open up newer sectors. I think that's one way forward because highways and renewable energy is really doing exceptionally well. I think even some of the other sectors like ports, airports are also doing reasonably well. So just focus on the sectors where you haven't got private sector investment, and if you go after them, then you really increase the bouquet of projects which are available for private investment. But because today, as we see, actually Indian investors are sitting on a lot of money. You will see that in the stock market, but even in general it's true. Corporates in India, if you look at their balance sheets in terms of the debt levels that they have or the liquidity that they have, they are very, very healthy as on date. And if there is a properly structured project for them, of course they will invest. Because see, one of the things which has happened, and you touched upon it in your opening statement, if you ask people in general, what are the examples of PPP failures in India in the last few years? You will really struggle to answer that one. So if you are sitting on such a successful track record where people are having difficulty in identifying PPP failures now, so this is the best possible time to put more and more PPP projects into the market. So that would mean that you're already mining the renewable energy and highway sector to the extent possible. Mine all the other sectors which are there, because the demand is there from the investors. They are willing to put in the money.
Okay, I think that was all the time we had on the session. I thank our guests. I thank Kuljit, Rahul, Jagan. Thank you so much for your time and the valuable discussion. I hope the next time we meet, we'll have better things to say about India's infrastructure.
Thank you so much for that fantastic session, which has really set the tone for the day. You know, ended on a somber note, though we talked about Mr. Cyrus Mistry's passing because of, and you know, right from cities falling apart to reeling under growth, how to plan projects better, the funding question, the evasive PPP question, the hope, intent, and ambition is that the next 20 to 22 years will be transformational in the true sense. So thank you very much for that lovely session. Thank you very much. We'll just be beginning our next fireside chat in 2 to 3 minutes. Just bear with us. So the next fireside chat is with Dr. Praveer Sina, CEO and Managing Director of Tata Power, one of India's oldest and largest integrated power utilities. A seasoned power sector professional with a career spanning almost 4 decades, Dr. Sina has held several leadership positions across the power sector value chain. For instance, as CEO and MD of Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited, he was instrumental in driving the turnaround of the DISCOM through technological and social interventions and setting a benchmark operational model for other DISCOMs and developing countries to follow. He's now driving Tata Power's transformation from a century-old power utility company to a new age sustainable technology-oriented green energy solutions company. Dr. Sina has led multiple partnerships with national and international technology associations. He has contributed significantly to setting up the first international incubator in India for promoting innovations in the clean energy space. An electrical engineer, Dr. Sina also has a master's in business law. He received his PhD from IIT Delhi. We will just be beginning with a fireside chat with him. In a conversation with him will be my colleague, Mr. Sudhir Pal Singh. He should be here shortly.
Thank you, Vinu. So we have significantly advanced this session, as you would have known, and this was supposed to be like a few minutes later. But when it comes to the infrastructure sector, advancing pre-commissioning, that's not really always the norm. But anyway, what a pleasant surprise, ladies and gentlemen, it is for me to talk to you, all of you today, and with a personality like Mr. Praveer Sana. A very well-known name in the Indian infrastructure space, particularly in the larger energy space, and needs no introduction, of course. So, first of all, a very warm welcome to you on our platform, sir.
Thank you, Sudhir. Always a pleasure, and thank you, BS, for the opportunity.
Pleasure. It's a pleasure to host you. Let me begin this conversation by trying to understand from you. There's what's your larger vision of infrastructure, very broadly speaking? We're talking about Viksit Bharat of 2047. So when you visualize Viksit Bharat of 2047, what is the kind of infrastructure growth that you see happening over this period, and particularly in that year, what kind of infrastructure do you see would be there from its size point of view, or from the technology involved point of view, or maybe from the different segments that are there, and with a specific focus on the green energy powered infrastructure?
So, talking about infrastructure, I think India is a growing country. It's an aspirational country. And in any area that we see, our per capita consumption is one of the lowest. We look at steel, we look at power, we look at water, we look at any sector. And that's where I think we have a unique opportunity in time that for next 10, 20 years, we will continue to be the fastest growing and the largest growing in terms of the GDP. And we will be in a position to only improve it if we do little more work. We today have 6 to 7% GDP growth. I think we have capability to do it 8 to 10% and not be satisfied with the 6 to 7% growth. We need more airports, we need better roads, we need better transportation. We don't have great public transport system, whether it is the bus transport or it is the metro rails. And we need better railway infrastructure. We don't have the type of bullet trains that you have in very many other countries. And I do not see any reason why we cannot have that. We do not have great access of energy. And I always talk about that universal access of energy and energy poverty is one of the biggest challenges. And we still have large number of villages which get power but need not. And I remember many years back I used to say that 24/7 has different meanings to different people. Over here we talk of 24/7 in one day. In power supply, in many parts of the country, not now, but few years back used to be that you supply 24 hours in 7 days, not in one day. So that typically used to be the way the power system used to work. But we still have an issue. We have, in our country, we have something like 90,000 megawatt, 90 gigawatt of diesel power. And I think that's a waste. There's no reason why we should have diesel power. We have so much of agriculture that is happening using DG sets because the farmers do not get the power supply when they want. They get it when the DISCOM supplies, and the DISCOM is not interested in supplying because for every unit they supply, they lose money. And we do a lot of work in rural areas. I do a lot of work actually in UP and Bihar and small villages. These are not very far off from Lucknow and Patna, the state capital, but when you go over there, you will find that there is no supply. Because when we talk of supply, the supply is home supply, the residential supply. It's not there for commercial activities. So I think there is so much more that we can do for infrastructure. and whatever we do will be too little. So I don't think there is ever an opportunity for us to pat our back and say that we've done enough and we've met everyone's requirement and we are so satisfied. We are not there. We need to do much, much, much more.
No, I completely agree with you on that, sir, because so in a lot of ways, it's a very interesting story that is unfolding in India, particularly in areas like electricity that you mentioned, right? So we have the characteristics of a third world country also, right? There is this diesel, DG gensets are there. There is still very high, relatively very high AT&C loss level at the national level, right? It has come down, no doubt about it. But then at the national level, we continue to have high losses. And the third point about also, the universalization of energy access, while a lot has been done, a lot of progress has been made, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done there. Particularly in the rural areas, right? It's one thing to say that we have 23-hour, supply, but then it's the quality also that matters. And particularly for sensitive industries or farmland, that's a lot of, that factor can make a lot of difference. But anyway, it's also a fact that, so that's why I said it's a very interesting story, because while we have on one hand all of these things, we also have in today's paper, there's an article which says that, over the next few months, we are going to have 25,000 crore worth of IPO money getting into the system in renewables. Now imagine that's a huge, rainbow of possibilities over the next many decades. But let me try and ask you more specifically. You've touched about, in the initial comment, you touched upon a lot of things. If I were to ask you to take a pause and look back at the way we have developed, right, the infrastructure industry over the last, let's say, a decade or so, what are the top two things that you think we have done absolutely fantastically, and we are absolutely proud of having done that? When you ask the common man walking on the road these days, they say roads is a huge success story. But what's your view? And secondly, what are the two things where you would say, we could have perhaps done better? There's a missed bus there. We missed an opportunity to create something world class or something which could have been more sustainable. How would you respond to that?
So I know only power sector. So let me stick to power sector. So turn of the century, 2000. India had an installed capacity of about 100 gigawatt. 2010, one decade, we became about 200 gigawatt. Another 10 years, decade, we became something like little less than 400. Today we are 490 gigawatt. And our aspiration is to have 500 gigawatt of clean energy by 2030. And our total will be about 750 gigawatt. So that's the type of numbers that we are looking at. Also, when we look at that, we were very small in clean energy. Today, 50% of our 490 gigawatt is clean energy. So that's a huge improvement. We look at solar. 2015, we were 5 gigawatt. Today, we are 115 gigawatt. And we have aspiration to become 290 gigawatt by 2030. We typically, in the last decade, 2010 to 2020, we would typically add 5 gigawatt every year. In last few years, we started adding about 10 to 12 gigawatt. Last year, we added 30 gigawatt. So we've done much better. But let's look at, and we all have a very big habit of comparing ourselves with other countries. So I also sometimes get into that habit. And let me compare with what China. So last year in India, we added 30 gigawatt of renewable capacity. China did 400 gigawatt. In this year, in first 6 months, out of 400 gigawatt, there was some 280 gigawatt of solar. And this year, in first 6 months, China added 212 gigawatt. So that's the type of capacity add that is happening. That's the type of change and transformation. We are talking of that we have 490 gigawatt. They are talking of they are 2,500 gigawatt of energy. So I think, and in terms of population, we are virtually the same. I think we have overtaken 1.44 billion around. I think we have overtaken. So there is no reason why we should not, if those people can. And leave alone those countries, even smaller countries in South Asia. You go to Vietnam, Cambodia, Malaysia. Smaller countries have also done exceedingly well in terms of per capita power consumption. In India, we are about 1,400 units of power consumption on a yearly basis. In villages, it is 100 units. 100 units divided by 12 means that we consume something like 8-9 units per month. It is pittance. What will you do with 8-9? Maybe 2 bulb, LED bulb, 1 fan and 1 mobile charger. That's not what we expect. Nearly 40% of our population which stays in villages. So I think there is so much of things that we need to do, and there is so much of opportunity. And I always tell everyone that this is the golden period for the country. Next 10 years, 20 years, whatever we will do in this country will be too little, too less. So we need to work more, we need to do more, and we need to bring speed and agility. So this is a time where people have to do more things. I see Christoph over here. More airports. Why just one Noida airport? He's doing a fantastic work, and hopefully in next 2 months it will get started and you can use the Noida airport. And one of the best state-of-the-art airport you will see. But there is so many more airports that can come, and we need that. It should not be that the condition of the airport becomes so bad that then you start looking for place to expand and all that. There should not be. I always used to say that we had airports where you need not put where the toilets are. You could smell your way to the toilet. We don't need that sort of airports. We need much better. And I think there is so much more that we can do in our country.
You avoided the second part of the question, which was 2 areas where you think we could have done better.
Every area we can do better. I don't think, I'm telling you, there is no need to pat our back on anything. Whatever we have done is good, but it's not the best. And we have a huge road ahead of us to do huge improvements in every area. We've done good roads, but there's so much more that we need to do. We've done good airports, we've done many more ports have been added, but it's so inadequate. Everywhere you go, you find that there is a choke and there is a waiting period. It is not that you are able to transport your material very quickly and all that. And that's true for everything, whether road transport, rail transport, or the ship transport.
Talking about doing the right thing, one of the, and I'll say this very quickly, one of the things that very frequently comes up when I talk to the CEOs of these, Chinese companies, and there was a Chinese reference to your comment, in renewable energy space, the most important thing they tell me, and I'm sure to a lot of people, is that, what makes us really different and better perhaps is because the pace at which we are doing our R&D. And that's specifically important for a sector like solar or RE broadly, because it's changing very fast, right? It's changing very fast. Like within 6 months or sometimes within a 6 months to a year kind of time frame, something new has come up, right? So if you're a white elephant, you would probably continue to miss a lot of buzz. That's just one of the things that, from a perspective point of view, I wanted to share. But I agree on the point that you mentioned about the pace of capacity creation. For example, when I started working, which was slightly more than 1.5 decades back, we used to be so happy saying that 20,000 megawatt of capacity has been created in 1 year. Wow, thermal capacity, right? Today, we have last year, 25,000 megawatt of solar itself, if I'm not wrong. So it's a huge movement forward. But coming to the point, one of the things that's always identified as a constraint is capital, right? for infrastructure. I want to ask you, very broadly speaking, how difficult in today's times it is for large corporates like Tata Power, for example, to access capital? And when we are talking about the larger Viksit Bharat vision, let's say over the next 2 decades or so, infrastructure creation, what is broadly the kind of funding requirement that we have, and how comfortable we are there?
So the power sector itself requires more than 3 trillion in next 5 years. So that's the type, and this is right through in generation, transmission. 5 lakh kilometers of transmission lines have to be done. So it's a huge amount of investment, similarly in distribution. So I think there is a huge amount of capital that is required. And that capital has to be through multiple sources. There is no one solution that is there. Today we have, of course, the Indian banks, which are very, very liquid and have ability to fund projects, and we are fortunate to get that funding. But there are a whole lot of multilateral funding, international funding that needs to come. Long-term funding has to come. And also the cost of funding. Today, India's cost of funding is one of the highest in the world. And we are not able to get the type of funding that we are looking at to make the projects viable. Most of the places internationally, you get money at 2 to 3%. We get at in double digit. It's very rare that in some cases we end up getting in single digit. So I think there is a huge amount of funding, and we have also a lot of restrictions, like insurance companies cannot do funding, cannot do equity holding, cannot do financing, as is being done. You have now the Canadians and the ones from Europe and UK and other places who come and do funding over here. But our funding, our insurance companies are not allowed to do, and they are sitting on huge pile of cash with them. So I think there is a necessity to also open up some of the channels which have been very restrictive. Look at long-term financing. Most of the projects that we do are 20 years, 25 years, 30 years. Why can't we have a 30 or 35 year? Recently I was doing a hydro project which has a 35-year life. And I don't see any reason why I should not get a 30 years or a 35 years, but the door-to-door in India maximum is about 20 years. So I think it's very important that we open, because the cost of funding, the cost of capital, all those things are becoming some sort of a challenge, especially when we are looking at the type of growth that we are looking in the country. And I do know, fortunately in Tata Power, I don't face that problem, but I do know that many companies have that sort of a challenge. Many small and medium industries have that sort of a challenge. And how do we bring access of this funding much simpler and at a much competitive rate for them to survive?
Okay. The last thing that I want to ask you is, of course, again, a very important factor, which is policy and regulatory landscape. The key there is to, when the moment we start looking at policy and regulatory landscape, the kind that is required for long-term sustainable. Sorry for that. Long-term sustainable kind of, infrastructure creation. The key is to be able to understand that it's very important to act before time, right? Once you miss the time when a particular regulatory or a policy intervention is to be done, you can't take, corrective steps, let's say 2 years later. There is a time to do that. Now, and then there are many other factors like that. I want to understand from you, as somebody, as a leader of the industry who has seen different areas within the infrastructure space growing over time, and you have a very good understanding of how India's policy and regulatory landscape works. Do you think we are sowing the right seeds today of being, to be able to create the kind of, sustainable growth at scale in the infrastructure space, and specifically from a green infra creation point of view?
So let me come on the policy part of it and the legal framework around that. Now, we have a federal structure. while we have the union government which decides, makes the law, the implementation of it in most of the cases, especially in power, I see that it's a concurrent subject. And it's the states who take the call. So whether it is on land or it is on forest or it is on any other issue which is relating to the people, it is the states who take a call on what needs to be done locally. Now, 28 states, 9 union territories, everyone has a different agenda. Everyone has a different plan. And it is very, very difficult to get everyone to come on a common platform and decide that this is what is good for the country, this is what is good for the people, this is what we should do for the state. And it's a Herculean task, and that is why you find that the speed at which the projects are happening are very, very slow. You don't get land, you don't get ROW, you don't get statutory clearances, forest clearances, administrative. So recently a report came that to set up a solar plant in India, you require something like 2,700 approvals and clearances. So I don't know, Christoph, how many clearances and approvals you, but that's 2,700. I run an industry where it is in generation, transmission, distribution. I'm told, because there is a software which now monitors it, there are 80,000 applications, approvals, and things that we need to get approval. So that's the type of nature of, and how do we decomplex it? How do we make it simpler? How do we make it simpler for people to implement it? And that's why we are not having things moving at a very fast pace. We have systems of regulatory panels are there, appellate tribunals are there. I was told that cases in appellate tribunal in power are pending since 2013. We are in 2025. And these are having huge commercial impact. And if there is a commercial impact, it also flows to the consumers because they end up paying for that, and it gets added to their tariff. So I think there is a huge necessity to de-bottleneck some of these things. We cannot have an economy which is flourishing and growing at a fast pace with the legislature and the regulatory framework not supporting it. In fact, last evening from CII side, we were hosting the parliamentary panel on power, and there were some nearly 20 of the member of parliaments, and we were sharing with them that what are the challenges that we are facing and how our growth today is stuck up, and how you need to open up this so that we look at double-digit growth and not in single-digit growth. So I think there is so much more that needs to be done. The speed at which the legislations have to come, the speed at which the enforcement of those legislation have to happen. One great example that we have is a common GST council. Possibly you need a similar council for land, for clearances, for power, for water, and then only we will be able to see the really great speed at which we can transform and make a difference in the country.
What was the broad consensus achieved in that parliamentary panel meeting that you're talking about? When you shared all these issues with them, was there a way forward towards how to sort things out?
There was, that we'll meet again and discuss.
There's so much that I want to talk to you about, and particularly on that very interesting topic of delays. There is a very famous joke that the MOSPI comes out with this cost and time overrun report in infrastructure projects. There's a long list of projects in railways dating back to they received their approvals in 1980s. There is a project approved in 1980 in this country and still facing cost overrun anyway. So, and we can go on and on about it, but time is short, and Vinu is, I'm sure you're not happy about it. But it was nice talking to you, Mr. Sina, and really thanks for your time. Thanks for sharing those great perspectives with us. Thanks for sharing all that information, and we really look forward to hosting you again on this platform. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sina. Thank you, Sudhir. Important points there. green infrastructure, green energy, and India's goal to be net zero by 2070, the need to reduce the number of clearances. And also, he didn't, give up any information, Sudhir, despite your trying on that last question. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. So now our next session will take us to the seas as we explore India's maritime future. With a vast coastline of over 11,000 kilometers, over 200 ports, big and small, and an ambitious vision to be a global maritime hub, India's oceans are more than just trade routes. They are engines of growth, innovation, and connectivity. From port-led development under Sagarmala to opportunities in shipbuilding, logistics, the blue economy, and of course we now have our deep sea cables as well, the maritime sector is poised to redefine India's infrastructure story. Today's discussion will chart out how India can harness this immense potential, strengthen global trade linkages, and of course ensure maritime security, and truly set new sails for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our esteemed panelists. We have with us Captain Amit Singh, Head of Business, South Asia and Middle East, Mitsui OSK Lines, one of the world's largest shipping companies, headquartered in Japan. We also have Mr. Kapil Mahajan, Chief Information and Technology Officer, All Cargo Logistics. Thank you so much for joining us. And in a conversation with them will be my colleague, Ms. Ruchika Chintravanshi.
Panelists, we are discussing today India's maritime future, setting new sails. Now, nearly every one of us has had a first-hand feel of what roads and highways feel like. Mr. Mahajan here has had a not very pleasant experience at NH48 not too long ago. But maritime sector, shipping, ports, don't have that kind of touch and feel. But just to set a context, 95% of our EXIM trade in terms of volume and 70% in terms of value happens through maritime transport. A lot of which, not all of it, but a lot of it is under the shadow of all the Trump tariffs and the global uncertainties that we face right now. So I'd like to start the discussion with Captain Singh. As you operate in all countries, what has been your experience of how disrupted the maritime economy is right now, and how are you preparing to go, beyond firefighting for the long term?
Thank you, Ruchika. I would not call it disruptive, but I would call it a change scenario. And shipping as a sector has been very adept at handling changes. So we as a shipping company, we are looking at all these change geopolitical scenarios and adapting ourselves to work around these change situation and support the shipping industry as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Singh, for that. Would you like to share your thoughts on the same, Mr. Mahajan? On the maritime sector, logistics sector as a whole, because a lot of people have kept their decisions on hold. Exports have got impacted.
So I think I'll speak both on Indian and global context, because we're a global company, we operate in 180 odd countries. If you look at India, I think we operate through a company called Gati, which is express business in India. So we are seeing a lot of demand patterns getting impacted, right? Probably because of a lot of the EXIM trade getting impacted. So from the hinterland to the ports, the good movements we've seen the pattern getting disruptive. And because we do a lot of analytics, so we get a pulse of, how the patterns are trending, right? If you look at globally, again, the sector is badly hit. because of how the situation is globally in terms of the wars going on, very headstrong leaders sitting in very powerful countries, right? So you see that impact, right? You see the vessel movements getting impacted, which increases the cost. Once the cost goes up, the delays happen, consumption becomes unpredictable, global demands have as it is come down. So I think it's kind of a spiral right now in terms of where we stand. It's very difficult to predict. All our prediction engines are really going for a toss because you're not able to feed enough outside stimulus into the system for us to do some prediction on the different trade lanes where we operate. So things are, we're hoping it'll get positive. Yeah.
Hoping things will. Well, one positive thing that had happened was the World Bank's logistics index had increased India's rank to 38th spot. What is it that you see happening in terms of improvements to this sector on ground? Does this ranking do justice to what we have achieved and way forward? Yeah, let's start with you, and I would like to get Captain Singh on the same question.
No, I think the Gati Shakti program that was launched, right? We see an impact of that on the Indian logistics. So I come from another company called Safe Express earlier, used to handle their group companies. So we see a massive transformation, right? With e-way bill, with GST coming in, how the whole good movements happen on the road. Air in India is still controlled by the private airlines. You don't have logistic, planes that are flying here, other than I think Blue Dart and one or two companies that do that. So there's a massive change, I think, from the program itself. You expect, from almost a 6x capital infusion by the government from 20 in the last 10 years, right? So that itself, you can see that on the ground. As citizens also, we see that, how the highways are shaping. We also do a business called CFS, which is container freight stations. We operate 7 container freight stations in India. And we are seeing a lot of infrastructure, impact there, right? So, which is positive. But if I look at not just that, but the technology itself, I think being a part of a lot of the startup ecosystems in India, India is doing wonderful in that space. The only problem that we see is when it comes to scaling it, the startups have to go out of India. So that, I think, is a problem, right? Because people are willing to experiment, logistics, industry per se, or supply chain, FMCGs. But when it comes to really investing money and giving big contracts, it becomes a problem. So you would see these startups going to Dubai, UAE, China, US. So I think that ecosystem needs to be nurtured, but in terms of the overall impact on the overall infrastructure, it's a massive progress that we have made.
What do you think, Captain Singh, in terms of the turnaround times of ships? You must be seeing this firsthand. What is the scope to improve and how do we do it?
Yeah, there is already a lot of improvement evident in the industry. Recently, I saw in the news that the turnaround in the time in the port has significantly improved. Yeah. And there was a comparison table given comparing our position with other ports in the world. And with all these private ports coming and the government ports becoming more and more efficient, our turnaround time has significantly improved. We are a shipping company, and what we do is that we just adjust ourselves to these changes. So basically, while on the sea side, we are deploying bigger vessels on the longer route, and we are building more and more bigger vessels for the containers. We are also looking at the regional businesses by deploying smaller feeder ships so that we can gain from this logistics uptick in the country. Now, we are one of the world's largest companies, shipping companies. We have about 900 odd ships which we run. But our logistic business was much smaller, say 5 years, 10 years back. Mitsui USK Lines has taken a conscious decision to concentrate on the logistics infrastructure business. So while in order to get into this sector, we are looking at those areas which can augment our shipping business. So we are looking at businesses where we could have large areas for the car carrier business, where we could do several value additions before the cars get shipped on our ship, through our ships. And then we are looking at warehouses and dark stores, and also these are some of the areas where Mitsui USK Lines, even though being a shipping company, wants to get into logistics so that they can change their businesses from these cyclic industries to those areas which can give stable profit over the next 10 years, 20 years. So this is how we have been transforming ourselves from a shipping company to a social infrastructure company.
To a logistics company, really.
Yeah, but logistics for us, it comes under the banner of social infrastructure.
Social infrastructure.
Yeah.
Are there any lessons for the Indian shipping industry there, you think?
So, if we look at the Indian shipping industry, most of the shipping industry companies are predominantly in shipping. For if we look at our competitors, so they are large shipping companies as such, and then we have very large logistic company like Mr. Mahajan's company. So in India, the businesses are like, there are logistic companies, there are shipping companies, but MOL is trying to somehow integrate logistics as well as its core shipping businesses together.
The new coastal shipping law has also been passed. What do you think we should do to take advantage of, what this law enables now, movement of ships from, one port to the other on the coastline of India? What should we do? We'd like to get both your opinions on this, actually.
So this is very encouraging for a company like Mitsui USK, and we are here in this country. We know the potential of India having a long coastline, and I have been a seafarer with the government company for 15 years, early part of my career, and I have done all these coastal passages. So then working in Mitsui USK Lines, I could kind of work with them and partner with them for this kind of businesses, what India wants to pursue right now. And to take this forward, in 2021, we established a local shipping company. That time it was called as Sakura Energy Transport Private Limited. Now the name has been changed to MOL India. And we have 10 ships registered in Mumbai and 3 ships registered in GIFT City. So these ships are doing part international voyages and part coastal voyages. So in a way, even though the support has come from the government right now, but we have started from 2021 deploying our ships for coastal as well as the international businesses. So,
what do you think, Mr. Mahajan, from the logistics point of view, what kind of an enabler this will be for our maritime sector?
So I think, so Amit's business, we have no intention of getting into that business of owning shipping lines. I think by design, we're a satellite company. So if you look at Gati, we don't own a single truck, right? It's all a captive fleet, but it's all an asset-light model. If you look at EQ Worldwide, which is our global, NVOCC business, we work with, companies like that of Amit. And we kind of ensure that we're able to move goods from A to B by using technology as the play. So for us, I think as an organization, we want to be, a very tech-enabled organization. And for that, I think the policy that has come will obviously help India per se. Because a lot of the business that we move out of India, right now there are a lot of, problems when it comes to moving goods, right? Because of how the trade lanes are there in the... So we operate about 2,600 trade lanes, which means from point A to point B. So we might be moving a vessel from, say, his vessel goes from Singapore to, say, Los Angeles. But then it has a lot of touch points as well. Sometimes we have to offload the goods here and there. I think with India having more direct trade lanes coming out, it would definitely have a positive impact for our exports, for EXIM as a whole.
You're doing a lot of automation as well and a lot of AI adoption in logistics. Is that something you see Indian companies doing more rapidly? We are known for our tech adoption. And probably Captain Singh can also comment on what kind of tech adoption are you seeing in your company?
So we have a logistic company in India. It's called as MOL Logistics Private Limited. And they become a part of the larger MOL Logistics, which is doing logistic businesses several areas like China and Asia and other parts of Asia. So this business is small right now in India, but we are trying to scale it up. And this scaling up is by association with our stakeholders and partners who are there in other parts of the globe. For example, there are many Japanese companies who want to scale up their businesses in India. And because they have associations with MOL in logistics business in other parts of the world, they want MOL to partner them in this growth story, in their growth story in India. So we become like the first stop for them, and they come on and they want us to help them in the logistics business in the country, so that we can become their partners. They want to distribute throughout India, and they are looking at our support so that we can help them scale up their businesses in India, which is quite a kind of a motivation for us.
But on technology and AI, Mr. Mahajan, what is the kind of action that we are seeing? And earlier, in our earlier conversation, you were talking about how companies are still sitting on the fence about adopting artificial intelligence into their solutions, etc. So
I'll give you a brief history, right? Because coming from a core consulting company, a decade and a half with IBM, working with global MNCs, mostly Fortune 20 companies. It was a very different game when I switched sides. So when I joined this company, about 8-10 years back, not the current one, so they were doing massive movement of goods, about 30,000 shipments a day. Every shipment could have on an average 100 packets because it's B2B by design. So most of the operations were on paper. So how goods are unloaded, you're just crossing it out, right? So it took 2 years to kind of build a whole digital ecosystem from them, from the pickup point to the end delivery. And in between, it was not easy because GST happened, and then e-way bill happened, and we had to directly integrate with NIC. We were the first company to integrate with NIC portals directly. Otherwise, everyone's were doing it through KPMGs of the world, right? So that was the state of India, and this is one of the biggest company now in Express, right? But all of them knew that tech is the enabler. Tech is going to give us the next, growth. When I joined them, they were X. When I left, they were 3X in 5 years. The same story here. If you look at AI, now how the tech has changed is also kind of remarkable, right? The journey. And I believe in the next 5 years, probably the ERPs of the world in logistics will become dead, right? So AI itself, if you look, India is number 3 in the world on AI adoption. We're just like 2 points behind China. US being number 1, then India, then China, then India, then Germany. So I think there is a sense of within the industry, within the entrepreneurs, that this is the next big thing, and there is a lot of adoption of that even in our systems now.
we've talked of challenges with respect to tech as well as geopolitical uncertainties. One of the things I'd like to get your thoughts on is about the issue around the deep sea cables, the data cables. There is no international law that is governing them, and in India, most of it is 80% of it is concentrated in Mumbai. If there is a big risk of maritime failure there, how do we safeguard ourselves for a scenario like that?
So one way to safeguard our interest in protecting and these kind of maritime cables is, one is proper monitoring, which I believe is the government is already doing through Indian Coast Guard, and also that nobody comes and anchors and damages that cable, which has happened a couple of times in Europe. But the other way is that in case such kind of incident happens, how do we control the situation? So one idea is to have a cable repair ship deployed always on the one on the east coast and one on the west coast, so that in case of such kind of damage to the cable, these repairs can be done very quickly. Because unlike the tankers and the bulk carriers, such kind of cable repair ships are not available on demand. And there are not many ships which you could just go and get them, and it's time taking, and such kind of vessels are very scarce. So what government can think of is to have these two vessels kept on standby always, so that they can use it for new cable laying. For example, a local company wants to lay cable, so your government already has a vessel, and they can rent it out to that company to lay the cable. But if there is such kind of an emergency of a cable damage, that same vessel can be recalled and immediately repairs can be done. And after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, again it could go to the normal routine. If not 2, then maybe 1, because these cable ships are very expensive.
Mr. Mahajan, any thoughts on this?
I think Amit kind of covered it. He would know more than me. But I think if I correlate it with technology, we have something called redundancy that we create in all our systems, which is called, we also call it BCP, or business continuity planning, where for every server or a link that's working, we always have a failover, right? So maybe failover could be where you have some redundant links that are running, and then obviously some real solid infrastructure to kind of take care of situations like that.
We have a very few minutes left for this session. No, that clock is misleading. In just 1 minute, can you sum up what should be India's focus in the short term towards building a stronger maritime future for ourselves, towards reaching our whole goal of Viksit Bharat? Captain Singh and Mr. Mahajan, both of you. Just in 1 minute, can you?
Yeah, the government is very, very interested to build our maritime interest. So the government has brought a maritime fund. They are very supportive. They want shipbuilding to happen. We have lagged down for like 2 decades, but now the time has come that in next 15-20 years, we have to significantly increase our market share in shipbuilding. So, and the government is very supportive. And so what we require is to have some kind of a eco center. One for shipbuilding, and second for enhancing the use of Indian flagged vessels, Indian flagged tankers, gas carriers, so that most of our cargoes, they come on Indian flagged vessels. This is what I should say.
Focus on the Indian flagged vessel.
So I think in my view, if we could execute Gati Shakti by 2030, that should do the trick for us to a large extent, because if you look at the, our spend of logistics on GDP, it's as percentage of GDP, it's about 14-15%. By 2030, the projection is 8%. Also by 2030, we expect the logistics sector itself to grow by $100 billion, right? So that is possible only if we have world-class infrastructure. I heard the panelists before. We feel we're doing enough, but if you look at the world around you, we are not really moving it at the pace we need to move. So I think if government could just kind of push that. On the tech side, I would say that we still don't have any global platforms other than few government initiatives that have grown out of India. 1.4 billion people. If, the reason why probably I wanted to stay in India was because if we can build tech for here, it's bigger than few countries put together. So that scalability and the kind of knowledge that you get when you build systems of that scale, we are not taking it out to the outside world. So probably a push there, maybe a logistics platform built out of India would be a sense of pride for all of us. Yeah.
Absolutely. On that note, I'd like to thank Captain Singh and Mr. Mahajan for joining us today for this panel discussion. It is over to Vinu now.
Thank you so much. Another wonderful session with, a reality check session and the solutions we need to look at in shipping. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ruchika. Now, from the seas, we will go to the skies. Our next session is about building a global airport hub in India. May I please welcome our panelists. We have with us Mr. Videy Kumar Jaipuriar, who's been the CEO of Delhi International Airport since 2017. When he took over, from then to now, in these 7 years, Delhi Airport has grown from handling 63.4 million passengers to 77.7 million in 2024. And now he's working towards positioning Delhi as among the top 3 airports in the world. He's joining. He's going to be here shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Vinay Kumar Jaipuria, CEO of Delhi International Airport. Welcome, sir. And we also have with us Mr. Christoph Schnellmann, CEO of Noida International Airport, which is being developed by Zurich Airport International. He brings deep international experience in aviation. Before taking charge at Noida, he worked with Swiss International Airport, the world's largest provider of ground and cargo handling services. In a conversation with them will be my colleague.
So Christoph and Vinay, I will directly jump into the discussion. First of all, I would just like to know, how do you define an airport becoming a global hub? Especially with since you have already reached 100 million capacity now. How would you say, and how would you like to classify, at what stage will Delhi become an airport hub? What will be your criteria for that?
There is no set criteria for any airport to be called a global hub. It is more about how well you are connected to across the world and what is the percentage traffic that is actually a transfer traffic. So typically for a global hub, you would assume close to about at least 30% of the traffic is a connecting traffic with a mix of domestic to international as well as international to international traffic. So like Delhi Airport, possibly 5 years back, we still had about 20% connecting traffic, but it was more to do with domestic to domestic connecting traffic. What we have been able to do across the last 5 years is that improve our domestic to international as well as international to international connecting traffic. So we are currently at about 28 to 29%. So I can say we are on the verge of getting classified as a global hub or global gateway.
What is the current status of D2I and I2I traffic at Delhi Airport? I2I, the current share of I2I traffic in this total?
Current share of I2I traffic will be close to about 3 to 4%.
3 to 4%.
Yeah, because India is in a very unique situation. Because if you start comparing any Indian airport with the nearby international airports, which are primarily I2I driven, whether you look at Singapore or you look at Dubai, they don't have domestic traffic. India is akin to many of the US airports where domestic feeds actually a lot of international traffic. So we have seen, while we have seen about in last 5 years, about 200% increase in I2I traffic. D2I traffic also has gone up by about 30%.
Christoph?
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't think there's any fixed definition of what is a global hub. I think it's probably worth reflecting on what is a hub in the first place and what are the benefits that hubbing brings. A hub is the bit at the center of the wheel, and along with the hub come spokes. And in aviation, a hub and spoke systems means I channel much of the traffic from different spokes throughout the system through a hub onto a different spoke. And the benefits of this are many for many, many different stakeholders. So the benefits for the passengers, if perhaps I'm living in a smaller city, is I have more connections globally. I have connections to India. I have connections across the globe through the hub that I otherwise wouldn't have. The benefit for passengers and for the population in proximity to the hub also means I probably have more connections, more direct connections from this hub than I would have had if I weren't able to build on the traffic arriving from different spokes. So there's benefits for passengers in that there are more connections. There are benefits for airlines in that they're able to offer more destinations and greater connectivity with fewer resources, with fewer aircraft, and with fewer individual flights. And then, of course, there are benefits for the airports and the cities that house them in having the opportunity to serve more destinations. And I think we see, I think we'll speak about it in some sense, every airport is a hub, especially if we look at not just air travel, but also look at ground travel and becoming a hub in this nexus from ground transportation to air transportation. And I think we've certainly seen the larger airports in India begin to provide this hub connectivity at a global scale, and I think that's been a very exciting development.
Since you are a greenfield airport, Noida is a greenfield airport, what advantage do you have, when it comes to construction, when it comes to interterminal connectivity, with your, and you also have a lot of global experience also, Christoph, you especially. Can you just give me an idea about these topics?
So I'd say the greenfield advantage is also the greenfield disadvantage or the greenfield challenge. So we have this great opportunity of being able to design and construct infrastructure, to deploy technical systems and processes from scratch on the greenfield. That means we have the opportunity to deploy the newest technology. We're not constrained by legacy infrastructure or by legacy systems. And we have an opportunity to design a terminal, to design an airport system to the traffic that we hope to cater to. In our case, this means that I think we've been deliberate about designing a terminal that enables short transfers, that facilitates short connection times. We've been able to deploy the newest technology when it comes to, let's say, passenger processing, Digiyatra, self-service bag drops. We've been able to start working with a world-class group of different partners. The disadvantage is that we don't have the experience and the historicity that my colleague has when it comes to developing and furthering the processes and the infrastructure.
Vidya, you have a lot of experience now. You have been, since the privatization of the Delhi airport, it has grown significantly. Even in the last 5 to 7 years, it has grown. When its capacity, it has grown significantly, and the expansion continues. Can you delve on this topic, again, as a brownfield airport, what are the challenges and what are the advantages that you have? One advantage is that you have an existing traffic, but if you can, inform.
Sure. So typically when you design an airport, it's based on a 10-year projection of the traffic. Now the advantage of any greenfield airport being created now is that the projection is taken now, so that is more recent kind of a traffic projection. Because if I look at the traffic projection that we got in 2016 when we did the last master plan, the overall scenario was very different. At that time, Air India was a government organization. There were lack of funding that the airlines was getting. Indigo didn't have too many aspirations for international travel. Now those aspirations have got changed. So now we are in the process of doing a master planning where we have taken those inputs. But obviously in any infrastructure, if you have built an infrastructure, to change that infrastructure, especially in a running airport, is that much more difficult than actually doing it from scratch. However, the good thing that I think in the initial planning in 2010 that was done in Delhi airport was some of these were anticipated. So for example, Terminal 3 was designed in a manner that more international operations can be held in Terminal 3 by just doing a little bit of tweaking. Similarly, we saw that our international to international transfer is growing multifold. Like 5 years, it has become 3 times. We were able to actually expand that area threefold because that was something that was part of the initial planning. So there is distinct advantage in a greenfield of doing everything from scratch and having more recent traffic projections. The benefit of a brownfield airport like Delhi is that we are in the center of the city. So in terms of actually the catchment area is that much larger. In terms of the overall traffic as well as relationship with different airlines is that much long standing. So it works out very well with them in terms of doing their future planning because they can then work on the kind of connectivity that they need. Because typically for a hub airport also, you still need about 60 to 70% of the traffic, which is origin and destination traffic. Maybe 30 to 35% is what you can depend on the transfer traffic. So that is something which is a distinct advantage of an existing airport.
One question related to that is that, as you know very well, that when it comes to hub, the movement of people between terminals is a very key point, very important point, and we have seen all across, the global hubs when we are talking, the movement is really smooth. I was talking to an airline executive, and this is one thing that keeps coming up, smooth movement of people between the terminals of the same airport. You also have a plan of automatic people mover. If you can, delve about that, how Delhi airport wants to move forward, when it comes to smooth movement of passengers between terminals.
Sure. So there are a lot of things that we have done, and there are some things which are in the plan. So what we have been able to do is baggage transfer on the air side. So in spite of the passenger traveling on the city side, that you have to come out of Terminal 1 and to go to Terminal 3, your baggage need not come out. Your baggage can get transferred on the air side towards Terminal 3. So that makes life easier. In terms of even the ground transportation, we have now increased our frequency. So every 10 minutes, you typically get a transfer bus. Coming forward, there are 2 plans which is further going to smoothen it. One is metro connectivity. So there is this golden line which is getting done, which is going to get extended to Terminal 1 from AeroCity. So a passenger basically transferring to Terminal 3 can take the metro line and come to AeroCity and transfer into the airport line. And third is the automatic people mover. So we are committed to have automatic people mover connecting all the 3 terminals by 2027. Because that is the time it will take for construction. We are in the bidding stage, so we expect the bidding to be completed anytime, maybe in the next 1 month time, and then there is construction time. So by 2027, we should have that also in place.
Can you just give some information about automatic people mover? How will it help common people that, when it comes to going between terminals?
Key benefit of automatic people mover is that you have got a defined time in which the transfer will take place. Because any road transport faces traffic, which is not the case in automatic people mover. So while this automatic people mover, we are doing it on the city side, because that is something which will give less and less burden on the passengers, because part of that will be also paid by the paying passengers who will transit from one place to another place. And passengers will travel free of cost. So you will have a defined time of say 15 minutes to transfer from Terminal 1 to Terminal 3. And in peak time, you can even remove all the stoppages and have a direct this thing. So that will take about 7 to 8 minutes. So that is a distinct advantage as compared to what it is today.
Okay. Christoph, what are your plans when it comes to
I think that the easy answer to that is we're building and developing just one terminal at the moment. So we're not planning with an automated people mover at the moment. I think the master plan that we've developed sees Noida Airport growing to a capacity of around 70 million passengers probably in the next 20 to 25 years. This will include two terminals, and I think as we approach those planning phases in more details, we'll certainly take a closer look.
Also about the connectivity to the city in your case, because Delhi airport still has got lot ways to connect and bring people to the airport. What are the plans? I know the Uttar Pradesh government as well as Delhi government has announced a few plans, but what stage have they reached when it comes to construction? And when your airport starts in a few months down the line, what should people be expecting?
I think that's an excellent question, a very important question, and I mentioned earlier that at least in some sense, every airport is a hub, and every airport is certainly a hub in the sense that we see from a ground transportation perspective, people reaching the airport from many directions, transferring, and then catching a flight. Our efforts in this context are two. One effort is to make sure that this transfer from your vehicle, from your bus in the future, maybe from your metro or from your train, to the flight is as quick and as easy as possible, to make sure that those distances, those processes are quick, are seamless, are digitally enabled and supported. The second area that we're working on is to ensure that there's a quick and easy option to reach the airport for each and every budget. We're located just adjacent to the Yamuna Expressway, about 600 meters away from the Delhi-Agra Expressway, and certainly this main connectivity in the initial stages of the project or the initial stages of operations will be through the road. We've tied up with state bus operators all across North India. We've tied up with exclusive VIP taxi services. We've tied up with app-based taxi services such as Uber, such as Rapido, to ensure that connectivity is there at every price point. In parallel, together with the state and with the central governments, we're working through a plan to provide RRTS connectivity from Delhi, from Noida, Greater Noida, to the airport.
Since we were earlier also talking about the I-to-I connectivity, can you talk about the role of the immigration counters and how the process are changing? What are the discussions happening since we are moving towards making Delhi a global airport hub? Are the number of counters going to increase? Are the people's training is going to change? What have you got the sense in your discussion with the Bureau of Immigration?
Firstly, let me accept one thing. I think our immigration processes are one of the best in the world in terms of waiting time. I'm talking about India at most of the places, because you go to any of the international destinations. I have stood in the queue in Washington airport for 1.5 hours to actually clear the immigration. In our case, if anybody takes more than 15 minutes, I get it on the tweet, and then we have to make sure that that guy actually quickly passes through. We have been increasing the number of immigration counters on a regular basis. And I think the biggest initiative that Government of India has taken is the TTP, Trusted Traveller Program. We have seen a fantastic uptake on that. We have seen increasing acceptance of that, and in fact, Bureau of Immigration is also going to increase the number of counters, which basically is TTP. So besides that, we work very closely with immigration officials in terms of easing the flow. So for example, any foreigner coming to India for the first time has to give his or her biometric. Now that used to take a lot of time of the immigration agent. So we put up some biometric kiosks in the pier itself so that the passenger can give his or her biometric in advance, so that the time that he or she takes with the immigration official is minimized. So I have seen a fantastic movement ahead in terms of manning, in terms of training, in terms of technology adoption. So I think we will be able to maintain the current efficiency in the years to come.
Christoph, the same question to you. In your discussions with Bureau of Immigration, I think in the beginning you will have a primarily domestic traffic, but you are going to start international flights also. So in your discussions with Bureau of Immigration, what is the thing that you, not demand, but that you're looking for, when it comes to setting up counters, when it comes to flow of people?
I mean, indeed, we see the primary traffic in the initial phases of operations being domestic, being perhaps domestic to domestic or domestic to international. We will be an international airport. There will be immigration counters there. I think the conversations, as Mr. Vidya said, with the Bureau of Immigration have been very constructive. So we're working together with them to deploy the infrastructure that they require to do their job, physical infrastructure as well as the electronic counters for the Trusted Traveler program. And I have the utmost respect for the Bureau of Immigration. They have a delicate balance that they need to achieve between maintaining the security and the border security of the nation, and at the same time doing so in a way that's as convenient and as seamless for the passengers as possible.
Is an airline dedicated terminal possible at Delhi Airport?
In the current structure, no, because we went more for having the process efficiency. So all the international travel we are going to limit into Terminal 3. So that means that domestic airlines have to be at multiple terminals. So that is where connectivity plays a very important role. So there was a balance between whether we want a single terminal airline or we want the process efficiency by having international where the processing time is the maximum. So we went for the latter.
Can you also talk about the role of ATC? Because as the capacity is increasing, as the aircraft movement is increasing, how has the role of ATC changed, and what kind of change should we see in the next 5 to 10 years as you are also going to expand?
ATC plays a very vital role, and especially considering that now there is another airport that is coming where the area control is going to be one common area control. So in terms of redesigning the whole airspace is something that ATC has been able to do. In terms of bringing in efficiency, because not many of you know that Delhi Airport airspace, almost 70% is a restricted airspace. So in spite of having that restriction, how do you actually improve the efficiency of the airspace? It is all up to ATC. So in terms of whether it is high intensity runway operation training, which is something that our ATC team actually went through about 5 to 6 years back, and they have implemented it. Now currently, say, we are operating close to about 1,500 movements a day. From there, going up to 2,000 plus movements is something that we are working with ATC, which will be possible only by bringing in some new procedures, whether it is independent parallel approach, for which there are newer decision support systems which are required. People need to be trained. So that is something that we continuously keep on working with AI to ensure that our ATC ATCOs are basically able to go through all that training, able to use that DSS to actually improve the overall airside capacity.
Christoph, if you can talk about ATC as well as the runway, on both these aspects, what are you looking for?
I think first and foremost, safety. I think that's the primary role of the air traffic control, and the primary consideration when designing the infrastructure and now commissioning and testing the infrastructure is to make sure that we can handle flights and we can handle passengers safely. I think now the challenge for us and working together with the Airports Authority, working together with ATC in the years ahead, is how can we increase the capacity of the airport? How can we increase the capacity of the aeronautical system in and around the NCR. How can we increase that capacity safely? And how can we do so without impacting the resilience and the punctuality of the system? And I think that's the challenge, a number of measures that you've called out that you're working on. I think that's the road ahead for us.
When can we see Noida Airport starting?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. No, we're on the home stretch. I think we're excited by the progress we've made again in the past couple of months. End of December last year was a big highlight for us as we were able to receive the inaugural flight, the validation flight. Indigo put an A320 down on our runway. Throughout the past couple of months, we've been moving forward on the construction works on the passenger terminal primarily. We're working through, as we speak, the licensing, the aerodrome licensing works with the Bureau for Civil Aviation Security, with the DGCA. And in parallel, there's a lot of work ongoing, testing and commissioning the various passenger processing systems in the terminal. So trials, turnaround trials, airside, trials of the check-in system, trials, tests of the baggage handling system. So all of these leading up to an inauguration and the start of operations soon.
Soon means October, November?
You'll be the first to know. You'll be the first to know.
Vijay, I just wanted to know that right now you mentioned that I-to-I traffic is around 3 to 4%. 5 to 10 years down the line, where would you like this number to be? Also, another question added to this is the ideal I-to-I transit time that you would like to be for a person who is getting out from the boarding gate, from his aircraft door and reaching the other flight within if it is in Terminal 3 only.
Right. So, if you ask me that what is the ideal number of I-to-I, our initial focus has been more on D-to-I. I-to-I is something which there are certain sectors we already see a very interesting movement. So, for example, Southeast Asia to Europe. Similarly, we have seen South Asia to Europe and USA in any case was earlier also, and that has been increasing. And at this point, I would also like to mention that not many would know that Delhi airport is better connected to Europe and North America as compared to any other airport other than the Middle East airports in this region, including Singapore airport. So with more options coming in, we have seen flows coming even from Australia to Delhi to Europe. So ideal number I would like to see possibly in next 5 to 7 years with better connectivity, which basically depends on all the wide bodies that different airlines have ordered, to go to close to about 10% of I-to-I traffic. And what was the second question? The ideal connecting time. See, ideal, according to me, there is no ideal connecting time, while we can say that, okay, 45 minutes is MCT. However, as a passenger, I hate to take a connection which is within 1 hour. A comfortable connecting time for most of the passengers is between 2 hours to 3 hours, not less than 2 hours, because they are always worried that if the incoming flight gets delayed, they might miss the connection. And beyond 3 hours, then there is too much of wait at the airport. So I consider that 2 to 3 hours as a sweet spot. So we are building our typical hub structure in a manner that you have not more than 2.5 hours of waiting time between 2 flights.
Christoph, my last question is about the competition that India sees when it comes to hubs from the nearby hubs, whether it is Dubai, Singapore. You have worked in other airports also across the world. What advantages do they have, and where can an Indian airport like yours even go ahead 1 or 2 steps ahead?
No, I think if we want to succeed in India with hubs, if we want to win with hubs in India, we do so not individually as an airport or as an airline or as the government, but we do so as an industry, and we do so by working together. And ultimately, in order to win, we need to be, our transfer product needs to be better. in some important, in some meaningful way. And better will not mean the same thing for each and every passenger. Better may mean quicker, may mean easier, might mean cheaper, or might mean more luxurious for the premium traveling segment. But I think if we want to succeed as a hub, we do so by finding a way to work together to define these transfer products, to make them superior to some of the alternatives, to build on the natural strengths that we have, as you've pointed out, which is a very, very large domestic market as well that is willing to travel and wants to travel abroad. I think that's the way forward.
With my same question to you, also one item, supplementary question to that is there any policy change that is needed? You have been working with the government for quite a long time. So first of all, the competition with the nearby hubs, and also is there any policy change needed?
In terms of competition, I think India has got an inherent strength in terms of the domestic feed, as rightly pointed out by Christoph. So if I just give you a data in 2019, possibly only 17 to 18% of people traveling to Europe or North America were taking direct flights from India. As compared to that, now percentages have improved quite dramatically. In fact, for Europe, we have got close to, at Delhi airport, close to about 40 to 45% of the passengers going directly. So in terms of getting better connectivity, and our initial aim is to become an airport of choice for the Indian traveler. Because that is something that we have seen leakage happening to the other nearby hubs, who basically feed on Indian travelers more than any other country around. Then what was the second question?
Any policy change needed from the government?
So we are working with government on policy changes. So that is where air service agreement is one such policy change which government has been looking at critically, because all the air service agreements should be actually in a manner that supports the Indian carriers, and Indian airports are there to support through infrastructure. If I look at 3-4 years back, we possibly didn't have a strong hub aspirations of Indian airlines. Now that we have two strong airlines, so it is that much more important. Similarly, security processes, government is already working on making it much more smoother for the transfer passengers. Thirdly, for the waiting passengers, airports also need to create the infrastructure which makes their stay at the airport that much more comfortable. So we are also looking at global brands as well as different kind of facilities which makes their stay over at Delhi airport that much more convenient. So these are some of the things that we need to do as a government, as an airlines, as well as an airport to actually make it work.
We are running out of time. I would have loved this discussion to go for another 15-20 minutes, but yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Christoph. Thank you, Vidya. It was a really informative discussion.
Thank you, Deepak, for that panel discussion, and thank you, panelists, for sharing your very valuable insights. It's good news that we are on the home stretch when it comes to the Noida International Airport. Some very interesting points have been made here about advantages of having a green versus a brownfield airport, the challenges of expanding capacity in a running airport. Both the speakers spoke about the movement of passengers between terminal, how we need to reduce times while balancing all the concerns around security. I would now like to invite all our guests to please join us for lunch in the adjacent hall. We will begin our next session sharp at 1:30, so the lunch will close at 1:20. Request you all to please grab a quick bite. Thank you so much. For the post-lunch session, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Minister of Road Transport and Highways, will be joining us for a fireside chat. Request all of you to please be in the hall by 1:25 sharp to attend the chat, which is going to be very engaging, I promise you. Have a nice lunch. We are honored to have amongst us the Minister of Road, Highways and Transportation, Mr. Nitin Gadkari. A very warm welcome to you, sir, on behalf of Business Standard. Without wasting any more time, let me pass it over to our editor, Mr. Dobal.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Business Standard, I have the honor and pleasure to welcome Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari, to this special Business Standard event on infrastructure, India Builds for Growth and Green. Mr. Gadkari knows no introduction to this audience, but I'll do it for form's sake. Mr. Gadkari has had a long and fruitful political and social life. He has always believed that politics is an instrument of socio-economic change and that roads are a great way to prosperity. To quote him, American roads are not good because America is rich, but America is rich because American roads are good, unquote. And Mr. Gadkari has lived by this motto. Long back, as PWD minister in the Maharashtra government between 1995 and 1999, he envisioned and executed the country's first access control road in Mumbai-Pune highway back in the 1990s. Mr. Gadkari was the first to believe and prove that to skeptical India that funds can be raised from the market for infrastructure projects when he championed the formation of Maharashtra State Road Development Corporation. Under him, as Minister of Road Transport and Highways in the central government, national highways length has increased by over 60% from just 90,000 kilometers in 2014 to currently over 1,46,000 kilometers. And Mr. Gadkari recently announced in Parliament that he wishes to build, that was the word, a 4-lane, 25,000 kilometer road worth 10 lakh crore in 2 years flat. He says that he has dreamt that almost 100 kilometers of national highways should be built in the country per day. Already, all lanes and fee plazas across national highways are now connected for electronic toll collection program through FASTags, and Mr. Gadkari has already moved to providing cardless highway access through satellite-based tolling system. Honorable Minister, we are indeed very grateful for you to agreeing to be here today, despite your very busy schedule and the Parliament session that just got over. May I now invite my colleague and Business Standards Executive Editor, Ms. Nivedita Mukherjee, to please come up on stage and start the fireside chat with the Honorable Minister. Over to you, Nivedita. Thank you.
Thank you, Shailesh. Can you hear me? Yeah. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Gadkari. It's always a pleasure to have you here amongst us. I'll begin by asking you of your assessment of the infrastructure sector in India. How do you look at it and how to make it world-class?
Actually, the infrastructure is very important for the development of our country. The water, power, transport and communication, these are the main infrastructure. And without having good infrastructure, we cannot get industry and capital investment. And without industry and capital investment, we cannot create employment potential. And without employment potential, we cannot eradicate the poverty. I am giving you a simple example. This is a very state-of-art, world standard road we have constructed. That is Dwarka Express Highway. The tunnel, artificial tunnel is there. And that road is connected to as a UR2 to up to the Panipat on the GT road. On this road, particularly only on Dwarka Express Highway, after constructing this road, there is a development of real estate. You just can make the valuation of it. But someone was telling me the investment of 8 to 10 lakh crores on the road and a crossing road connecting to Haryana, and there is a lot of development only because of Dwarka Express Highway. anywhere when we are constructing the road, the industrial clusters, real estate, logistic parks, there is a huge potential for that. So the role of infrastructure is very important. And also I'm giving one example. Just recently, the IIM Bangalore and IIT Kanpur and IIT Roorkee, in their research, they just their report they submitted, by which the logistic cost is reduced by 6%. In India, our logistic cost is 16%, China's logistic cost is 8%, and European countries and USA is 12%. If suppose it is to be reduced by 6%, it comes to 10%. And now I am confident that up to the end of this December, this cost will be single digit, 9%.
Oh.
And now, just 2 days before I was here, publishing the report of one reputed company, and in that report they indicate that total goods transport on roads is 82%, railway is 1%, and aviation and other is 16%. That is the water transport is also there. So you just understand, by reducing the logistic cost, we are going to increase our export. And the most important thing is, our Prime Minister's dream is to make India a $5 trillion economy, to make India the third largest economy in the world. And for that reason, if we need to increase the growth of our country, either it is agriculture sector or industrial sector, we need to develop good infrastructure. And that is the reason that our government has already given the highest priority for the development of infrastructure in the country. And because of that, 100%, we are going to become the world third largest economic power. And that is to be an indication of good economic progress and where we are working for that.
The Prime Minister praised infrastructure creation recently while inaugurating road projects. But as a minister, what are the challenges that you have faced in infrastructure creation, especially in terms of attracting private funds?
Challenges are everywhere. I always telling to the people that there are some people who convert problems into opportunities. And there are some people who convert opportunities into the challenge. I feel that it is depending upon the vision of the leadership. It is an important test for the leadership, that it is one type of examination for them. So there are challenges as far as the land acquisition is concerned, environment forest clearance, railway clearance, utility shifting, land acquisition, court cases. But we are constantly pursuing the matters and making follow-up of it. Every day I am making follow-up of different, I know each and every position of all the projects. And every time today in this parliament session, every Wednesday and Tuesday, hundreds to 150 members of parliament, they are meeting me. And there the officers are there. So I taking their letter and I just asked, what is the problem? So we resolve the problem. So today, presently, we don't have too much problem. Regarding resources, my problem is not resources. My problem is expenditure. I don't need any investment from anybody. In the capital market, when I actually launched our InvIT model, the time period was 7 days. We received money in 7 hours, oversubscribed. So we are giving 8.05% interest yearly on our InvIT bond. And now the cost of the bond was 100 rupees, it comes to 140 rupees. So the return is more than 22%, 24%. And now I am requesting that poor people, please invest in NHI bond. Just like the constable, compounder, waiter, the small people, they will get the returns of 22%. And I don't have any problem. So there is a huge money is with me. Today, I can sanction project of 20 lakh crore. My problem is my system is, I need to push them for making that target. But presently we are making 3 lakh 50,000 or 4 lakh crores. So the money is not the problem.
You spoke about boosting growth.
Again, also one thing I will tell
Yes.
you. My total income is 55,000 crore per year. And within, after 2 years, it will go up to 1,40,000 rupees per crore. 1,40,000 crore. And so I'm going to monetize that for 15 years. Tremendous money is available with me. And my every project is economically viable. So I don't have any problem.
You spoke about boosting growth towards becoming world-class, whether it's Viksit Bharat or becoming world-class infrastructure. Do you think structural reforms are required for that? As at present, government is also looking at boosting growth, boosting demand, consumption, and has initiated some steps. But what about structural reforms? Has there been any discussion on road and infrastructure reforms in your meeting with the Prime Minister recently?
Actually, reform is a continuous process. Now we are thinking they implement the AI in construction of road, bridges and tunnel. We have already issued the circular for making mandatory the precast technology in the road construction. We have already decided to make green highways. Now we are thinking using of the construction equipment on the not on fossil fuel, but on the alternative fuel and biofuel. We have already used 80 lakh ton of municipal garbage in road construction. We have already made a road where we are already taking the trial of 1 kilometer road from Jabalpur to Nagpur, the Central Research Organization and Praj Industries with biobitumen. And that biobitumen is from the rice straw, and it is successfully implemented. Then rubber tire, waste rubber tire powder and plastic, we can use it in bitumen. So different type of new innovation, new technology, new research, we are always encouraging them. We are now using particularly in the toll collection, the barrier-free toll collection is there. And that is, we are given, annual pass is there only for 3,000 rupees. In the 200 toll, that will be only coming to 15 rupees per toll. So it's very reasonably, very, very cheaper. So the way in which everything we are going to change, our feedback is depending upon what type of people who are giving the feedback. And the people like you in the media, the responsible people which they are giving us good suggestions, we are always open for that and we are changing. But one thing I will tell you, I always telling to the people, even in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, that next 2 years, the road of Uttar Pradesh will be equivalent, national highway will be equivalent to USA. Even in Bihar also I declare that. But some of the USA citizens coming to me and they are telling me, we have objection for that. What is the reason? Yes, we are doing, no. Your present roads are proved to be better than USA. Why are you talking this? Our road will be equivalent to USA. So I just request you, you just see from Delhi-Mumbai highway, by Dwarka Express highway, you use this UR2 and see what type of engineering marvel is that. What is the state of art project? We are using the best technology. You go to our Jojila tunnel. The cost of the project was 12,000 crore, 11.6 kilometer. By using the new technology, innovation and study, the cost of the tunnel is coming to 5,400 crore. We save 5,000 crore on that project. So we are in Jammu to Srinagar. We are making 36 tunnels. Everywhere we are doing new innovative technology we are using. I was just in the Spain, but actually my tour was related with the agriculture. But many people meet me and there was a lot of tunnel machinery was available. So I suggest them that you give your machine to Indian contractors on lease. So now I am suggesting the people that we can take that machine with a cheaper cost. And we will establish the system. Here we can make the spare parts here by which we can resolve the problem for tunneling. We are making the tunnel of 3 lakhs crore. We are making the express highway of 9 lakh crores. So even the bridges, everywhere we are now using precast. So the way in which we are now BOT agreement, we are changing that. So everywhere it is a continuous process, and we are taking suggestion from the industry, suggestion taking from the all stakeholders, and we are open for that.
While great bridges and tunnels are being built, expressways and, quite good quality, but, there is a concern that leading up to those expressways and bridges, the roads are not great. So getting into those expressways and highways could sometimes be challenging. What can be done there?
There are challenges and there are problems. The landslides, particularly Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, is a big problem. Now we are trying to use AI in landslide spots. We have black spots, accidental spots. Now we have decided and already issued the circular, the waterlogging spots and landslide spots, and we want to improve it. And somewhere our bridges were, and when the flood is there is a lot of problem. So then even the strength of the bridges also, we are using new technology by which we can understand what is the strength of the bridge. So there are problems, but my problem is that I am a minister for National Highway. I am not minister for Delhi Road, Delhi Municipal Road, DDA Road, Delhi State Roads, then state roads, district roads, Gram Panchayat roads, rural roads. My problem is anywhere, if the new road is going to be constructed, people are giving me the credit. And anywhere if there is a black spot is there, people is giving me the discredit. So I am only responsible for National Highway. So I can ask you the question. Where is the problem in National Highway? If anyone can tell me, there is a quality, and now as far as the quality is concerned, I am very much conscious about it. I am taking very, very strict action against contractor. Even I am trying to send him to jail. I am making them blacklisted, charging fines. I am not going to tolerate anything about quality is concerned. But now, so heavy rains are there. Sometime there are problems. If the mistakes are bona fide, we will forgive them. But anywhere the mistakes are malified, we will sack them. We are not going to compromise with them.
In the morning today, we had sessions with the private sector, and they listed out some problems in roads also, and saying that rather than speed, the focus should be on quality, what you're talking about right now, on safety. So what can we really expect on the safety front? You said that there will be penalties, but what more can we expect to really see safe roads ahead?
Actually, it is the only one sector where still we are trying our railways from 11 years, but still our success is not there. Every year we have 5 lakhs accidents and 1,80,000 deaths. And out of which, 66% death belongs to age of 18 to 36. It's very bad. I'm really sorry for that. But first you need to understand what is the problem for that. First is road engineering. So already we have the order for black spot, improvement in black spot for 40,000 crore. Now we have started to identify the waterlogging spots, then landslide spots. So safe road is our responsibility. But the road engineering, we have a lot of improvement. Regarding automobile engineering, already Bharat NCAP is there. The star rating is there. And today, the car from abroad, from the world, coming to India for testing. So now there is a competition. 6 airbags is there. Our automobile standards already up to the mark. So no problem with automobile as far as the safety is concerned. Third is enforcement. We passed the new road safety bill and increased the fines also. But the problem is that the human behavior is the problem. The 30,000 accidents only because the reason is people are not wearing helmets. So we have taken a decision and issued the order that every two-wheeler, when he is going to sell, he has to give 2 helmets from the company with ISI standard. Now the problem is people are not wearing helmet. Second thing, when in the car or on the two-wheeler, they are talking on the mobile phone. That is one of the reasons for accident. People are not obeying the lane discipline. And now, I'm sorry, Indian people are athletics player of world standard. They are, our 2 feet barriers are there. Even the ladies in some area jump मार के उधर कूदते हैं. क्या, what we can do for that? And these are the reason that we need to change the human behavior. That is the most important thing. So today we are campaigning. Amitabh Bachchan is with us every year. He is doing program. Now the Shankar Mahadevan, we have a road safety song, a very beautiful song. And now that theme song, we are decided, now already here, make it in 22 language, regional language. And we are now giving training to the particularly students. And we have a meeting with the Dharmendra Pradhan. Now we are introducing the all lessons related to the road safety in the school curriculum, and at the same time, we are trying to educate the people, and education of the people by which we can change the human behavior, that is to be the big problem. And where we are trying for that, we need cooperation from the people like you who are in the media. It is a really a painful thing for me. After all this type of efforts we are trying, but still we are not in position to reduce the number of accidents and deaths. Now we have started the new scheme, Rahavir. When there is an accident, if any common man, if he is taking to that person to the hospital, we are giving them award of 25,000 rupees as an award, as Rahavir. And in anywhere in any accident, if he is going to admit in any hospital, an accident maybe on any road, state highway, district highway, municipal road, we will give him 1,50,000 rupees maximum, or expenditure of 7 days treatment. Also we want to save the life of the people. Even some of the cases we can make organ transplantation. That is to be also very important. People are ready to donate, ready to give the donate their organs for that. So today my feeling is, here we need the cooperation from the people, and that is very important.
Coming back to the question of reforms, there was a meeting of policymakers and economists last week to boost the economy. Was infrastructure discussed there, and especially the road sector? Any mega road project expected in the near future?
Actually, there is a advisory economic council with the Prime Minister and a member of Niti Aayog, and 4, 5, 6 ministers was there. It was a really good meeting, and it was a private meeting, so it will not be appropriate for me to tell you about the meeting. But our government is very keenly interested to increase the growth rate, and now today we need to increase our exports. And I always talking to the people that the innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skill and successful practices, we name it as knowledge. And conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. By using of different type of technology in the different fields is very important. And the Prime Minister's dream is to make Indian economy as $5 trillion. So we are in the process, even from agriculture, industry, service sector, tourism, everywhere we have the policy by which we want to develop our economy and growth rate and create more jobs, and also to increase our export. And the way in which our country is now on the path, I am confident in due course of time, economic point of view, our growth will be very high.
When you compare the 3 stints of the Modi government, 1.2, 2.2 and 3.2 is of course many years to go. What has been the most satisfactory
actually
stint for you as a minister?
Actually, we are the big country with a big population. Now the problem is that the appropriate policies are very important. I always telling people that you can donate habit, you cannot donate vision. I don't want to criticize the previous government, but after 47, there was rural, agricultural, tribal area was neglected. Now this is the decision that diversification of agriculture towards energy and power sector. हमारे किसान केवल अन्नदाता नहीं है, ऊर्जादाता बन गए. ऊर्जा दाता नहीं ईंधन दाता बन गए, ईंधन दाता नहीं बिटुमिन दाता बन गए, अब बिटुमिन दाता नहीं हवाई ईंधन दाता बने, अब हवाई ईंधन दाता नहीं हाइड्रोजन दाता बने, अभी हम लोग एविएशन फ्यूल भी बना रहे हैं. तो द वे इन विच आवर पॉलिसीज, द वे इन विच वी आर ऑलरेडी फॉर्मुलेटेड, our path is absolutely correct, and results are already we are getting, and due course of time we will make our economy strong. But only a small example of my department I am giving to you. When I taken charge as a minister, our automobile industry size was 12 lakh crore and our number was 7th. Now just 6 to 7 months before we surpassed Japan, and now our number is 3rd and size of industry is 22 lakh crore. The first number is with the USA. The size of economy is 78 lakh crore. Second is China, 49 lakh crore, and India is 22 lakh crore. But the way in which we are developing alternative fuel, biofuel, electric, ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, LNG, and hydrogen, I am confident that in due course of time, within 5 years, our target is to make Indian automobile industry as number 1 in the world. And now all the reputed brands in the world, they are present here. We have scrapping policies there and lot of good technologies there. I'm just giving the example. When I was a minister, we start electric vehicle. In such type of program, one of the journalists asked me, कि इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी बंद पड़ेगी तो धक्का मारने के लिए आप आओगे क्या? अब कोई नहीं पूछता. Or now at the time, the cost of the lithium-ion battery was $150 per kilowatt per hour. And today, the cost of the lithium-ion battery per kilowatt per hour is $55. At it was $150, and now it is coming to $55. Now electric tractor, electric trucks is not a dream. So the way in which everywhere this transformation is going on, it is 100% going to strengthen the Indian economy, creating jobs and increasing our export, and 100% with the knowledge as a power, 100% I am confident we are going to become Vishwaguru.
You've spoken about hydrogen at $1 per kg. Do you see that happening?
I'm not, actually first you need to understand. My target, my mission is to make the hydrogen $1 per kg. This is my ambition, this is my mission, and this is my target. This is not my declaration. Now the problem is that when we can make hydrogen from coal, it is black hydrogen. We are making hydrogen from water with using electrolyzer, and also from biomass, it is the green hydrogen. Making hydrogen from petroleum, it's a brown hydrogen. Now the municipal waste, if we can segregate it from glass, metal, and plastic, then from organic waste taking into biodigester, we will get methane. And presently from methane we are getting CNG, bio-CNG. But from methane we can get the hydrogen. And we have already started 10 projects with the cooperation of Indian Oil, HPCL, Reliance, Volvo, Tata, Ashok Leyland, 10 routes in India, where already we are now starting our experiment of 600 crore and making hydrogen trial for trucks and buses. Now the problem is that the transport of hydrogen and hydrogen filling station is a problem. I have got hydrogen car, and the name of the car is Mirai, and Mirai is a Japanese word. So Mirai means future. The futuristic technology and a futuristic vision for development is very important. I feel that hydrogen is the most important fuel for the future. And now the way in which we are working on hydrogen, 100%, we are going to lead the world. और आज हम ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला देश है, हम ऊर्जा को निर्यात करने वाला देश बनेंगे. This is my confidence about it.
Atmanirbhar Bharat has been a signature theme for this government. Do you agree that in infrastructure also Atmanirbharta works, especially as we have seen problems like rare earth and supply being eased from China is
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं मैडम. आप दिल्ली में रहते हो, दिल्ली में मैं 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए के काम कर रहा हूँ. 60,000 करोड़ के पूरे हुए हैं, मुझे दिल्ली ज़्यादा मालूम नहीं है। आप अभी तो 50,000 करोड़ के और काम करने वाला हूँ। एक दिल्ली एनसीआर में मैं 1.5 लाख करोड़ के काम कर रहा हूँ। क्या ये दिल्ली के ट्रैफिक जाम से मुक्ति नहीं मिली? मैं एक बार गुड़गांव में, ये कौन से एयरपोर्ट के बाजू में वो रोड है जहाँ हमने टनल बनाए आर्टिफिशियल, वहाँ शादियाँ होती थी। एक शादी में गया था मैं, 3.5 घंटे अटका था ट्रैफिक में। फिर मैंने तय किया कि जिंदगी भर किसी के यहाँ की शादी हो, यहाँ नहीं आऊँगा। ये गुड़गांव जाने का। अब देखो आप 2 दिन से तो 1 लाख पीसेस डाइवर्ट हो गया। दिल्ली बदल रही है, देश बदल रहा है। आप कोई भी स्टेट में जाओ, अरुणाचल, मेघालय, त्रिपुरा, कश्मीर, कहीं भी जाओ और किसी भी पार्टी के आदमी को पूछो, वो बताएगा बदल गया। तो मुझे लगता है कि प्रॉब्लम्स आर देयर, challenges are there, but the strong political will is very important and commitment for development is very important. And our government, under the leadership of Modi ji, the government has given highest priority for development of infrastructure, water, power, transport and communication. And now people are already taking the experience of it. And they are the best judges who can give the appropriate answer of your question.
What would you say has been your biggest achievement as the roads minister?
Actually, it is up to you to decide about it. But in my life, it is one of the project, important project. When I became a minister, even in my city and in many part of India, the cycle rickshaw pullers were there. It is a really a human exploitation. So at that time I decided, and I take a meeting of all concerning people, and my dream was to start mechanized driven e-rickshaw in the country. 150,000 poor people belong to scheduled caste, scheduled tribe and minorities. They were exploited because of that. And today, at that time, we have taken decision, formulate the policy. The case was going up to the Supreme Court. After that, today, the 1 crore 50 lakhs people, now e-cart is there and e-rickshaw is there. And making free from these poor people, from the human exploitation, is to be one of the greatest achievement of my career. And I feel that that is to be important. There are hundreds of express highways, tunnels, bridges, roads, 6 world record, many recorders with us. But my work for these poor people who are socially, economically, educationally backward and giving them justice and respect, it is to be achievement for me. And today, in many areas, our produce sisters, they are also running e-rickshaw and e-cart. They are getting employment and getting 2,000 rupees per day as a income from that. This is to be a great achievement. I am really happy about it.
In the next 3.5 years that are left in this current government, what is it that you would like to do? And like I asked earlier, is there any mega project that we can expect?
I have got the list of the project. And what exactly actually in your interview, it is 2% of it. So I'm making hundreds of express highways. Even I don't have time to go for inauguration, opening of the project. I'm not going to consider all this thing. कर्मण्ये अधिकारस्य मा फलेषु कदाचन. करते रहना चाहिए. I am not thinking that what people are talking, what others are doing. It is the people like you who are the best judges. My duty is to work for it, work for the people. And that is my mission, that politics is the instrument of socio-economic reform. And there is in my house, there is a one Sanskrit slogan is with me. Manasa satatam smaraniyam, vachasa satatam vadaniyam, loka hitam mama karaniyam. Whatever the opportunity which I have, that I want to use it for the poor people of this country, for the society and for the country. Whenever I am trying for all type of projects, no word is not in my dictionary. You go to ask to any party member of parliament. When he come to me, if it is to be okay, I will do it. So I give my papers to you. And you can take it there. And you can also, there are a lot of things are here. We are making ropeways. A lot of 360 ropeways in the process. We are making logistic parks. We are making one of the really a good transport system. If you have a screen, we can show that. The first time in India, that is flash charging bus is there. And now my dream is to make Indian transport, particularly the bus is of 135 capacity and electric bus. There will be bus hostess like air hostess, and there will be also the chai, tea, coffee and everything, and air condition, executive chair, TV, and the cost of the ticket will be 30% less than diesel bus. And I want to make this transport system in the whole country. So first time, we received the tender from Tata. Tata has started their new factory in Dharwad for making these bus, and the technology they have taken it from Siemens and Hitachi. And now, first pilot project is going to change, a revolutionary change in our transport sector. People will not use their car from Delhi to Jaipur, Delhi to Chandigarh, Delhi to Dehradun, 2 hours Delhi to Dehradun. So people use this bus, and just with the laptop, they enjoy all type of facilities there. So now my priority is to develop international standard of good transport system by which we can give relief to the people. We are making good roads, but now we are planning to make good transport system for that. Ropeway, cable car, even the Hyperloop has given me the proposal. Lot of company given me the proposal. I am working on it, making Dholakua to Manesar in the sky. Now in some of the area we are working for sky bus. So these are the new initiative, and most important dream is we are working on alternative fuel and biofuel. Our present import is of 22 lakh crore, and the pollution is a big concern. The ethics, economy, ecology and environment. To protect ecology and environment and to save the people from the air pollution is the biggest challenge for me. And my ministry and myself is responsible for 40% of air pollution because of fossil fuel. So my mission is to make India free from the fossil fuel import and generate alternative and biofuel in India and make India Swavalambi, Atmanirbhar Bharat. And that Swadeshi, Swavalamban and Swatandra. This is from Mahatma Gandhi and Dindayal Upadhyaya. And I feel that that is to be the dream for me. I am working on that as a mission for that.
Thank you, Mr. Gadkari. Thanks for coming here.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very lively discussion. Our editorial team is going to struggle to find one headline. There are so many important takeaways from what you have said, the ambitious targets that you have said, how the logistics cost is going to come down to single-digit 9% by December. Problem is not expenditure, and the problem is how to push through these projects. And of course, you have highlighted the challenges, whether it is landslides, reducing accidents, which is something that you are constantly working towards, and all the innovations that you're doing. And interesting segue into our next session would be what Mr. Gadkari talked about, how India will become from an energy importer to an energy exporter. Well, we all look forward to that. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here today. I'm sure we all found that very, very invigorating. You can see on the screens the bus that the minister was talking about. As you can see, the bus has a flash charger, which the minister is telling us about, and how this is a 135-seater. It will be launched soon. And that has given us a nice segue into our next session as well, which is on the roadblocks in renewables. India has set two ambitious targets. One is of becoming Viksit Bharat by 2047, and also after that, becoming net zero by 2070. And this requires India to navigate a very complex energy transition. The inherited model has relied on cheap, abundant power, and the shift to renewables is going to entail high costs. You know, there'll be doubling of investments for backup power, grid upgrades like China, strategic vulnerabilities also that India faces because of dependence on critical minerals is also a challenge. If I may quote our Chief Economic Advisor, V. Anantha Nageshwaran, he's time and again talked about this, this particular challenge, and he said that while renewable energy is desirable for many reasons, it is challenging since it is capital intensive, requiring much more land, and it increases dependence on external sources for many inputs for such power generation. I'm sure the discussion we are going to have now is going to delve into all this and more. With that, I'd like to invite upon... Before I invite the panelists, may I please request everyone to please be seated, especially those standing at the back. May I please request you to please take your seat so that we can start with our next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. I'd like to invite on stage our first panelist, Ms. Vaishali Nigam Sinha, co-founder, Renew. Welcome, ma'am. A big round of applause, please. I'd also like to invite National Renewable Energy Agency on stage. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And may I now invite our third panelist, Mr. Prashant Chaubey, President, Avada Group. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Chaubey. I would now like to invite my Business Standards Editorial Director, Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, to please moderate this panel discussion. Over to you, AKB.
Very good afternoon to everybody, and welcome to this extreme panel here. You know, a session after lunch is considered to be a very difficult session, but this is a session not just after lunch, but also after a scintillating session with the minister. So I think this is a way to tell my panelists that we have to rise to the occasion to keep it engaging. So, you know, our subject is roadblocks to renewables. And it's possible to construe this subject headline in a positive way, also in a negative way. A negative way because we are looking at roadblocks, you know, as if renewables have any roadblocks. So this is not a very positive outlook. But a positive spin to this would be that at least there is a road. There may be blocks and which can be removed. So my first question to all the three panelists would be, and I will start with Vaishali, is what do you see, how do you see this, and what do you think are the main roadblocks to the renewable sector? Then I'll come to Gauri and then to Shant.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhattacharya, for this session. I think it's a very pertinent session. You're right, we shouldn't have any pressure after that session. It was, but we'll try and do our best. Yeah. See, as far as roadblocks, before I come to roadblocks, let's talk about the road which India has traveled. We started, to give you some background, I'm from Renew, which is about 15 years old, almost 15 years old. You know, at that time, renewables did not exist. We were supposed to be a little bit crazy starting a business in an area where electricity was at least 6-7 times more expensive than conventional. So things weren't really good, but what has really happened is, and what's really good is that I think our policy evolution with respect to providing incentives, whether it was wind or solar or green hydrogen even after that, I think has been in tandem with the issues which were coming up as businesses were trying to get into this area. So I think that commitment has been great, and we can't underestimate that. If we look at the world around us, we look at the United States and other parts of the world, I think enabling policy environment is quite critical, and I think India has had an enabling policy environment. So it's been quite good. I think as far as, we made good progress. We moved from different sorts of products, and there has been a lot of innovation at a large scale, institutional level, and also at a micro level. The kind of examples the minister was sharing with us around green hydrogen, buses and so on and so forth. So I think there's much to be proud of. I think we at Renew are one of the top 15 renewable energy companies in the world. I guess there's something to say about how much we've been able to do because of the kind of environment and the ecosystem which exists. I think what has also happened is, so just a little bit on the road before I get to the blocks, is that, once you have enabling policies, when we started, we were at about 50, 60 gigawatts, 2010, right? And about a decade ago, we were at 75 gigawatts. We're talking about 225 gigawatts now as we speak in terms of capacity. So I think we've traversed a lot along in a challenging journey. But I think there are certain areas, I think our discoms...
Can we come to the blocks later?
Yeah. Later,
okay, to the blocks in the second round maybe. I'll come to Gauri. How do you see the road really, in the context of 2030 being a target, 500 gigawatt of renewables? So is that road, how does it look? Can you, from your point of view, vantage point?
So thank you so much, Mr. Bhattacharya, and thank you for inviting me here. I think what I can do is to maybe give our audience some kind of a context of what's happening globally also. Globally, if you recall what happened at the Dubai COP, not too many years back, there was a commitment to triple renewable energy. And that really meant that you are looking at 2030 and you're looking at something like 11,000 gigawatts. We are sitting globally at about 5,000 gigawatts right now. Now what that means is that unless you have large countries like India really putting their weight behind such kind of commitments, this is just thin air. It won't happen. And the fact that India has been able to really amp up its ambition with a very strong political commitment and a momentum that we've seen all through this decade really tells you, that it's not something that we are doing to, because we just want to be a part in the climate change, but this is something that is being done for the betterment of the population and the citizens of India, because it will give us a better, it will give us more affordable power. It also will have beneficial impact on climate change. So I think that particular aspect of this very strong political commitment, which has translated into policies also being, being responsive to the kind of ambition that is being laid out, and the investments that have been coming year on year in India has really, laid the foundation for what we want to achieve by 2030, which is 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel power. And to have achieved very recently this very important milestone of being at 50% capacity, renewables being at 50% capacity, just shows you that we're really moving in the right direction, and there's a clear, let me call it a road that has markers to make sure that we keep the track.
Okay, I mean, just one supplementary. In other words, you are calling it an achievable target?
We've done analysis at IRENA. I mean, some of you would have also read some of the analysis we do, and we've done a deep dive into this 500 gigawatt target that has been set out. by no means this is, I can, call it something that would not be without challenges.
Yeah, from around 140 gigawatt right now or so?
No, we are about 220, 30, yes. But what is important is that what is the kind of foundation that has been laid out? Because you can build a superstructure only if you have a solid foundation. And our analysis has said that there is a moderate chance. I mean, if you look at scenarios, when you talk about scenarios, then definitely there seems to be a foundation that has been laid to get us to there.
So it's a moderate chance.
Yes.
Prashant, your take on the
thank you,
roadmap.
Mr. Bhattacharya. I think, as the Minister also said just a while ago, road and roadblocks are part and parcel of the same coin. I think, to me, from Avada side, I think when we built our second largest project in the world in Neemuch in 2014, and Honorable Prime Minister, he came to dedicate that project to the nation. He came as a Gujarat CM, but everybody knew that he's going to be PM. And when he was addressing a public meeting outside, rally outside, he spoke about 100 gigawatt, and everybody was shocked at that time that how can 100 gigawatt of a renewable or solar can be done. But look, in June, we have already crossed, as my fellow panelists have said, 243 gigawatt plus. 2011, Germany did 10 gigawatt in a year, and the world was amazed. Last year, we did 25 gigawatt in a single year in India. I think it's a fantastic work which has been done, a great ecosystem, policy consistency, and I think the work on an entire ecosystem is what has enabled us. So they're not one particular piece, but it's the entire set which has guided us. And I would summarize it because most of the things our panelists have already said that we started, I'll take a cricket analogy, we started as a test match. There were a lot of issues, it was a slow growth, then we quickly moved into one day, and now we're into 2020 where we are just hitting sixes now, and that's how road ahead. So when the Prime Minister announced Panchamrit, that's 50% of a renewable of the grid and 500 gigawatt, I think 50% non-fossil fuels are already at least 5 years ahead of schedule. So I don't see with similar kind of a ecosystem, there will be challenges because a lot more renewables will come into the grid, which we'll probably discuss later on.
Sure.
But apart from that, I think, and it's a very good part is that, I mean, you did not put a word like barriers or it's a very mild word, the roadblocks, and roadblocks are something which can be removed, and that's what made the journey beautiful. So
That's
thank
right.
you.
Let me come back to you, Vaishali. I stopped you at the blocks. So why don't you dwell on the blocks that you see to this journey?
Sure. I think few of in the RE sector, I think one is the health of the discoms. If we get that in order, I think there'll be a lot more investor reliance and trust in the sector and in the investments which come. We've seen having a central nodal agency like SECI has removed a lot of the roadblocks around transparency and so on and so forth. I think the land acquisition is a big issue in this sector because we get 300 days, over 300 days of sunlight, and so that means there's so much more opportunity for us to put up solar farms, but land acquisition is an issue. I think having the mandate for large solar farms has really enabled corporations to just scale up the game a lot more, and hence we are at the 2025 mark. So I would say on the regulatory side, on the financing side, I think the cost of capital in India has been on the higher side, which has been a bit of a deterrent for global institutions to bet more in the sector. I would say if I could bucketize on the finance of infrastructure, I think one other thing which has been a roadblock is that where we generate and where energy is scarce, you need the transmission, but our RE pace is higher, faster than the transmission development. So I think that front to the governments come up with policies which is going to help, but I think we need to get those in tandem as well to be able to meet the roadblocks.
I think, would you agree with this assessment, or you have a slightly different view? I mean,
no, absolutely.
Money is a problem. Regulatory environment, is that a problem? What would you say?
No, absolutely. I think, the weighted average cost of capital for a country like India, which has its aspiration of becoming a developed country, and it's not such a long time that we have to wait for it. I think that becomes an extremely important, I would say, a block. Also, the currency risk hedging is what adds to this kind of this perception which prevents investors from coming here. But as in anything else, a long-term visibility of what the policy is going to look like, what the road ahead is going to look like with clear targets and strategies behind it, these are things that can be overcome. But what I think is extremely important, as we are increasing we are adding more capacity of renewables, which is intermittent renewables because they're solar and wind mostly, we will have to really get our investments on the transmission network, which has to be built up simultaneously as this is happening, as also the storage. If storage solutions at affordable costs are not forthcoming, then I think it will really stymie the kind of push that we are seeing from the developers and being able to add capacity on the supply side. But clearly, a lot more innovation, a lot more emphasis on how we can bring the cost down for storage has to go hand in hand, as also the investments for transmission.
Okay, Prashant, your take on the challenge?
I agree. So if you look at the entire ecosystem of renewable, one part is policy framework, which has been quite supportive for a while. Second important aspect is self-lend. So there are challenges because every state has got a different, and solars are probably land extensive projects. Transmission is going to be a big constraint, and one important aspect is that the timeline which is required to implement the solar project need to keep pace with the transmission actually. So transmission has to follow the renewable, unlike thermal and fossil fuel asset where the project timeline is much longer. You can deploy a solar project in 12 months, which means you need to have a transmission asset in time. Third is very important aspect in terms of integration, because such a humongous integration of a renewable energy into the system will create an issue, and that's why the government has put a lot of emphasis on storage now. So there is a storage service obligation of 1%, which will increase up to the 4% by 2030. There is a 50 gigawatt of advanced cell chemistry PLI, which has been issued now. There have been VGF, which has been given where you can need to co-locate the system. It is 2 hours of a solar has to be done with the BESS. That's another direction which has come. And last important piece in this puzzle would probably be a supply chain. And I think there has been a lot of focus on self-reliant Atmanirbhar Bharat. And our module manufacturing capacity almost reached 100 gigawatt now, and cell also. We are also in one of our largest in manufacturing now. We have about 8 gigawatt of a module, and now we are coming up with the cell capacity as well. So I think that is one important supply chain constant which will be there. Capital is not an issue, as we have seen. There's been a significant investment from the private sector if you look at the renewable journey per se. And if you look at one of a newspaper today, then 25,000 crore of IPOs which are now lined up from clean energy segment. So these are all good signals. So I think capital per se is not an issue, but yes, as ma'am said rightly, weighted cost of the capital becomes very, very important. Two major aspects will now, or so to say, the trends will govern this now. One would be a larger democratization of renewable energy, which we are seeing now in terms of PM Surya Ghar Yojana, where a lot more emphasis is on in terms of rooftop capacity building, and also Kusum, where you are looking for solarization of agri pumps. So I think this decentralization and democratization will be two major challenges.
I think these are very important issues that you rightly pointed out. I will come to that later. Now let me change the sequence of my interaction. Let me start with you, Prashant. Are you seeing there are no problems in getting capital and investments? You seem to suggest that things are hunky-dory there, things are all right. You're getting money, so many IPOs coming. Is there anything that needs to be done to make the investment path a little more, trouble-free? Or is everything fine?
If you look at it from a lender's or investor's perspective, 3 or 4 hygiene factors they will look at like. India is already like a third largest renewable market, and we are also a very, very mature market now. The cost of renewable energy, solar you look at it less than 2.5 rupees now currently. Even the tender construct for a FDRE or a peak following or a load following, these tenders are also giving a very good prices which are required for the consumers. The investors look at whether there is a policy stability, policy consistency, that's an important aspect. They look at the bankability of your projects, whether your projects are bankable. One important challenge which most of the developers currently facing is in terms of conversion of those LOIs into PPAs, because almost like 35 or 40 gigawatts of LOIs need to be converted into PPA, and that is where a significant issue comes up. So as I said, I mean, there is not dearth of capital, but in terms of bankability, resolving transmission issues, land issues. So from a lender's perspective, if he's looking at a consistent return coming from, and he's looking at policy clarity, policy consistency, and also other issues getting sorted out, then I see there is no dearth of capital, and that's what we have seen. In the region, we have been able to do 250 plus gigawatt of renewable energy and non-fossil fuel energy in last 10 years. Had there been a financing issue, it would have been done. But
the rate of return is fine, you're saying. So
no, it is, see, it's another chapter altogether, because when the markets get crowded, we have seen e-reverse auction, which have really drove down the prices, and some of those projects, though the projects are banned, becomes the winner's curse, as we say later on. So it's not only the prices which are gaining down, but the projects becoming viable and feasible, that's important. And as ma'am already said, I think weighted cost of a capital plays a very important role here.
Okay. Gauri, you talked about a very critical issue, and I wanted to really get into that, which is the storage challenge. Is there a way out of that problem, and how do you really, because how do you meet the daytime peak shortages, and is there a way out? Has technology given you a solution, and how do we overcome this mountain?
See, I think if you are going to be talking about solar and wind coming in larger capacity into the grid, and therefore the grid requiring the flexibility, storage will have to be, I mean, there's no getting away from it. Let me put it like this. Are there solutions? Yes, there are. If you look at what we've done on the grid, which is we now have one grid in India. And if you just look at, if you look at longitudinally from where we stretch, so right from the Thar, desert to the northeast, you can imagine that, the sun might be setting in the northeast maybe 40 minutes, 30 minutes before it sets. Absolutely. In the, so as it is, the grid kind of is a storage solution to be, which can be exploited. We also have this very important initiative that has been undertaken and announced by the PM of a one sun, one world, one grid. Yeah. See, these are definitely solutions that we have to look into, because it's not just for us to get the electricity going and the power getting into our grid, but being able to also trade with our neighbors and using the time difference. The second very important thing is that in India we have a huge potential for pump storage, and which has just started to getting, recognized. Technical studies are going on, and if we can exploit that, then this can actually become a very affordable way of managing the storage solutions. There will be other solutions which will be long duration, early response, quick response solutions and all, which will come with the PLI and all. I think what's going to be important is that we should definitely innovate. We don't need to copy something that's happening in the West, because they have very different context.
That's right.
And if we are talking about solutions which are more homegrown, much more customized to what we can bring on the table, I think that's what rest of the world also looks at. Okay. When we started our auctions, there was just Brazil who was doing it, and everyone thought that this was not the right way to go forward. But then, the global south is very much looking at the solutions that India can bring on the table, because there is a huge interest in seeing that solutions here can very quickly become affordable because of the scale at which they work.
Okay. Is the pump storage very capital intensive?
See, pump storage is, I mean, it just requires, if you look at what a pump storage is, it's basically, you do a reservoir upstream. And, when the solar, you have enough solar, then, it just acts like a storage, and when you can release it when you need the generation. So it's like a demand response mechanism that's been put, and I won't say it's any more capital intensive than other solutions, but definitely much more contextual in the kind of play that we have, where we have lots of hydro dams and we can actually go for such solutions.
Is that happening? I mean,
it is. I mean, there's already a technical capacity, a potential that has been declared. It's been open to the private sector to start their investigations and to see if this can be done. There is a very old pump storage in Purulia in West Bengal that has been working for many years. So it's not rocket science, but it's very, I would say, it's a solution that can work well in the context that we are in. And I just want to actually end by saying that one very important other solution that we should keep in mind is, mechanisms and policy measures that can allow for demand responsiveness, which is, like you put your tariffs. Why should I be running my washing machine at the peak load times? And if I can have a kind of an incentive structure that gets me to, shave off my load during the peak times and move it to the non-peak times, that's another, that's another solution that could lead to us requiring less storage.
Absolutely. Let me come to you, Shelly. What's your assessment on this, the storage issue? That's number one. Yeah. Number two is, she talked about tariffs, and I wanted to start the next round with you on tariffs. That's probably an elephant in the room that we don't really talk about. So tell us more about what you think of the storage challenges that we face, and then go on to the tariffs.
Sure. So on storage, let me talk about, I guess, being an operator, the innovation which has happened. So we have the round-the-clock project, which spans across 3 countries, is 1.3 gigawatts in capacity. And, as I said, across 3 states, there is wind, there is storage, and then there is, of course, the transmission, which is there. So, and this was the innovation happened around COVID times as well. So, the fact is that, there are, storage is important, and innovation is happening because there is a, there are incentives which are being also provided by the government for all of us to kind of innovate and generate and so on and so forth. As far as pumped hydro is concerned, of course, there are private sector players who have been able to invest, and funds are following this, and it's an area we are also looking at. So it's good to see. We have to be able to look at round-the-clock generation, and it's good to see that the private sector is innovating, which is following the policies which the government is coming out with. So I think there is a lot of innovation happening. On the tariffs front, of course, as you mentioned, time of day sort of tariffs will encourage perhaps use of electricity at certain times, also lead to more democratization. I do believe that, moving this whole game from an institutional game to an individual level will also be very important. And, we've also seen that the recent schemes around the Prime Minister, Surya Ghar Yojana, etc., are all moving in that direction. So
are you saying tariffs are not an issue right now?
No, tariffs...
I'm talking about not Trump's tariffs, but I'm talking about tariffs in the renewable sector.
No, I think tariffs, there is scope for reform, as I said, as far as tariffs are concerned. And perhaps, across the spectrum, we can see some agility there for the sector to be more sort of...
Sure. Let me turn to Gauri, and what can be done to, is everything fine with tariffs? And let me say that, we will come to the audience if there are any questions. We have around 8 to 9 minutes, I can see that. If there are any questions from the floor, please feel free to do it. We'll complete this round, and then if there are any questions, we'll take those questions. And if you have any particular person to ask this question to, please feel free to do that. Sorry, Gauri.
So, no, I think a lot of innovation can be done around tariff. I think right now, what you see is mostly a flat tariff in most of the places. And if we are to look at how can we shave off the peaks that are required, it's always good to incentivize people, and when you can actually see how it impacts your, even a household can actually gain from it. In a lot of countries in the West, there are aggregators who have come in, and there's a whole new, business models that have been developed, a whole business stream that has come around doing demand aggregation, and then, shifting the load. And that's something which is good for the grid, which is good for the DISCOM. It's also good for, the whole business cycle to happen. So I think, whether it's time of the day or allowing for more interface of new business models around demand response to come in, that's something which tariff can actually catalyze. So it shouldn't be seen. I mean, tariff is a very powerful instrument. It's a very powerful mechanism, and it should be seen as something that can actually provide a lever to open up another, front, ecosystem that can be supportive of the grid. It can be supportive of creating the revenue stream and a whole business around it. And that's something which I think our regulators should really start moving into, because as a country, I think we are ready for it.
Okay, you wanted to add something to that?
No, and I totally agree. I just wanted to say, so like, if I go back and see the wind and the solar sector as they evolved, you had the feed-in tariff, and then you moved to competitive bidding. So it was enabling. So now that has become pretty standard and settled. But as we come up with new products and new areas, perhaps we should follow a similar approach rather than having a...
I understand. So essentially, a regulator should really step in a little bit. Prashant, you wanted to add to this debate?
I think tariffs are following its own trajectory, and we need to really move beyond the L1 syndrome or the winner's curse. And it's no longer a plain solar, because if you look at the tender construct, it has moved from plain vanilla solar and wind to a very, very complex firm and dispatchable renewable energy to the load following. And so that will keep evolving. And some of those aspects will really be, there could be indexing which can be done. For example, if you really index your PPAs with some of the input supply, which could really, so that could be another important solution to it. In terms of load shifting, what they said, time of day tariff, that is important. From a storage point of view, yes, 4.7, 4.8 gigawatt of a current pumped storage capacity is what we have now. But India is going to need a humongous amount of storage into the system if this renewable integration has to be done. And we need to really look beyond this peak arbitrage. Instead of just arbitrage, the storage system need to be a real anchor of a grid balancing. That's how we need to look at this entire philosophy, and that will make, and the capacity charges, ancillary market, capacity market, those philosophies are yet to be built, as she rightly said, in terms of from the regulatory intervention. So I think it's a fantastic road ahead, but massive storage is needed. As far as battery is concerned, if you look in last 3 years, about 12 gigawatt of our tenders were auctioned now. And the actual capacity which has come on ground is about 219 megawatt hour. So I think it's a lot more to be done. It will need more regulatory, it will need more expediting of the PPAs to be signed, because that is how the comfort comes. If you look at storage tender, there is underbidding. If you look at other renewable tenders, there is overbidding. So I think that construct need to be balanced. And with this, I think there's a phenomenal road ahead for the renewable sector in India.
Wonderful. I have one more question left, but I would like to ask this audience if there is any question they would like to raise. Any question? Yeah, please go ahead. Identify yourself, and if you have any question for a particular person.
Yeah, hi. I'm Vikas Toot. I'm a reporter with the Business Standard newspaper. I just have a... Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I have a question, not so much directly about renewable energy, but the overall drive towards going green in the way we consume energy. And I think one of the biggest policy pushes we are seeing is in terms of the electric vehicles. Government is encouraging people to go in for electric as an option over the ICE engines. And of course, it will help us reduce our oil import bill and so on. But when you look at the energy mix in our country, still 60–70% of it is coal-fired power. So we have a situation that is emerging that, I may be staying in Greater Kailash, I buy a green car, which is an EV car, and every time I charge it, my neighborhood is becoming greener, and the more I use it, I'm not, having the kind of emissions that an ICE engine generates. But the Badapur power plant is consuming more coal to feed my hunger for the EV car. So, in a way, I was speaking to someone at Tata Motors who said, till we actually have a significantly higher RE mix in the energy supply, we are literally shifting our pollution from the tailpipe of my car to the neighborhood of the power plant that I'm drawing power from,
So what's your question?
So my question is there a way, or is there because you're practitioners in the sector, is there a way that we can possibly work out a mechanism that the increasing use of EVs does not, lead to a perversely higher use of coal,
Okay.
But links to the RE generation that...
Understand. You want to answer?
I'll just give a very...
I think all of you can answer. It's very
just
provocative
a quick line.
question.
I mean, the fact that we are at 50% non-fossil answers your question. We are inching. Of course, there are specific plants which can be shut down more proactively. We all agree with that. But we're definitely in the trajectory to greener mix in the grid.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if I ask you, can you figure out, there's a lighting ahead, how much is the green electron here? So I think one is the perception part of it. There has been, if you look at the entire emissions which are going affect, mostly comes from the grid. So there's been a lot of efforts in greening the grid. Then comes from the transport and the industry. So there has been a lot of sustainability which is happening for the industry also, where a lot of CNI is going for sustainability, signing renewable PPA, taking renewable energy. There has been a philosophy of renewable purchase obligation, which is getting shifted to renewable consumption obligation now. There is more choices which are available. There's an open access framework. If you want, you can also ask for a renewable energy. So I think a lot of efforts going on. For EB as such, there's a FAME policy which gives you subsidies in terms of adoption. But the major issue which major countries which face in terms of implementing EVs as a charging framework or as a charging network. So that is what will take a time. But I think country is on the right path, and soon you will see that.
Your take?
No, very, very quickly. I think what you're saying is right, that unless the grid is green, the electrons are not going to be green. There are still going to be brown or shades of brown and gray or whatever. So while there is this effort to get more electrons, green electrons into the grid, but I think, really your question also relates to the fact that we have to start planning for sector coupling. What do I mean by sector coupling? If we are getting into electric vehicles, then we should also be looking at how do you green the source from which they will be charging, which means that we should also start preparing for charging stations to come up which are powered by solar. And you heard the minister just before this, and he's already put out plans of how charging stations along the highway will come up, which will offer, of course, employment, but also decentralized solar. There'll be mini solar plants, because you're not looking at charging stations just as an output mechanism, but also ultimately they will become like they will fit into the storage grid that India has to move towards. So that actually the sector coupling and planning for this kind of so you're not just saying let's do more EVs. What we need to probably say is let's do more EVs with charging stations of solar getting planned for, and also the the power ministry has to start looking at doing this kind of sector coupling with the transportation.
So it's not an easy solution, but I think there is a solution there, that's what you are saying. I think we have run out of time, but I cannot but ask this question to all my panelists here, which is about the incentive structure or the subsidies scheme that operate in this scheme. Now, the impression one gets is that that probably the subsidies are targeted in a manner that it is probably encouraging, not encouraging, undermining competitive spirits, In a sense, our solar cells are far more costlier, probably because the subsidies are such that they encourage you to be costly. Now, is that a sense that you are getting, that our subsidy schemes have actually made the industry a little uncompetitive? I would like your views, and if it is true, then what is the way out? Can we have a better subsidy system?
To begin with, if you look at, I think I'll say there are 4 T's which govern this entire incentive and subsidy framework. One is that whether they're targeted, they're intended for the right purpose. 2, whether they're time bound, they're not recurring, but they are trying to facilitate it. 3rd, they are transparent, so that, as you rightly said. And 4th is they are transformative. Transformative in the sense they are just changing the overall outlook. We did not have much of a capex subsidies as far as renewable, but yes, manufacturing you need. Because your the contours of economy cannot run with the service economy notion, you need to move into manufacturing. So initial support is needed. That's why all those PLIs, which is there for 24 sectors, which are to promote that. Thereafter, what the incentives has come in terms of facilitating, for example, interest-rate transmission charges waiver, right? For example, bring a payment security mechanism so that you get a payment on time and developer have no issues with. So these kind of structures are there. I believe if you look at the subsidies which are there for renewables, they are much, much less as compared to overall energy sector per se. So I think the current incentive structure which is there, it more or less tick those boxes. So it's targeted, it's time bound. Even the interest-rate transmission charges waiver, it has a sunset clause.
So
now.
No need for reform there. Yeah. Gauri, you have a take on that?
No, I think, it's a very complex thing. How do you incentivize? Ultimately, it's about how do you provide the right incentives for the purpose that you've laid out or the objectives of the policy. And, for having subsidies which are very targeted, I think that's a good, that's a pathway. But overall, in the analysis that Irina has done, we've realized that it's actually risk reduction that is much more beneficial for developing the kind of ecosystem around the sector that we need. And the risk reduction could be in the form of mechanisms to reduce risk and bring the cost of capital down. It could be in reducing the off-taker risk, as was just mentioned. It could be in providing mechanisms that can allow for currency hedging in a way that again brings the cost of capital down. But overall, I think you also have to look at the kind of world that we operate in. It's not a level playing field across. There are hidden subsidies that we know are being provided to, say, manufacturers in many parts of the world. And maybe to get, again, to build that kind of a foundation of manufacturing that we need for our ambition, maybe, targeted subsidies which come in the form of PLI and all are probably needed. But overall, I think to get in more investment into this sector, any mechanism that can reduce the risk for the developer, for the investor, is probably a much better mechanism to take forward.
Vaishali, your last word?
Yeah, very quickly. So your question was subsidies fair or not? I think reasonably fair. There might have been occasions where we might have felt that the subsidies are not necessarily well thought through, but net, I think our country's model can be a case study. I look at subsidies as the 40s is brilliant. I love that. But, as a child, you have to walk a new sector, you have to get it going, and then let it be and let it walk and run and sprint. So I think we've done a good job with the feed-in tariffs, viability gap funding, etc. Then let's look at the next sector, next thing coming up. We will have to do this on a continuous basis, but net very fair, reasonably fair, not very fair, reasonably.
So the otherwise, if the sharp difference in prices of solar cells in India and solar cells outside, is it because of the infrastructural constraints?
It is because of the scale.
Of the scale?
Yeah. So Chinese, the obvious, the reference point is China. It's because of a huge gigafactory, the kind of ecosystem that's built, and also the availability of a basic raw material. The 80% of a polysilicon of the world is housed in one province in China, actually. So they have that leeway, very low cost of financing over there, a policy prevailing structure, and a massive scale. That is what probably a region for it. But as we move into that scale, I think we'll be probably able to.
Wonderful. I think we have come to the end of this session. We had very interesting answers to the issues that we raised. In a sense, the target seems to be achievable, and we are moderately there. Investment is not an issue. Investments are coming forward. Capital cost may be slightly higher. That needs to be looked at. Storage challenge, I think the pump storage system, we need to really move on. Tariffs, regulator needs to, get its act together. And on the question of the incentive structure, I think there was a view that the incentive structure is just right there and will help the renewable sector achieve the goals it has set for itself in 2030. Many thanks to my panelists for taking part in this discussion and coming up with conclusions, suggestions, ideas that will probably help us, our country, now march to 2030. Thank you. I'll give it back to Ruchika.
Thank you, AKB, and thank you to all the panelists. May I please request you to join for a group photograph as well? AKB has summed up the panel discussion very nicely and very succinctly. If I may add, there were some very important points made about how reaching the 500 gigawatt target is not going to be without its challenges. Of course, there are issues related to health of discoms. A lot more innovation needs to be done on storage alongside transmission. And while policy has been very supportive, the transition policy has been very supportive, integration of renewable will be a challenge. And of course, important point about decentralization has also been made in this discussion. This as we discuss the renewable and how India's energy landscape is undergoing a significant transition with the gradual shift away from the fossil fuel towards the renewable energy sources, it is only pertinent that we now discuss the future of fossil. And that is the topic of our next panel discussion. We have some eminent panelists with us who will, I'm sure, talk about the challenges, especially for a country like India, which is grappling with the high cost of renewables, the challenges that it comes with that we just discussed. So for us to balance our economic growth ambitions alongside balancing fossil and non-fossil energy to spur our growth, especially given the current global pressures that we have, and of course the climate pressures that we face, not just in India but globally, there is a lot that India needs to think about and calibrate its strategy accordingly. As we set up our stage, I'll be inviting our panelists in just a moment. I'd first like to invite on stage Mr. Alok Kumar. Please give a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. I'd now like to invite Ms. Mani Khurana, Senior Energy Specialist, World Bank. A very warm welcome to you, Ms. Khurana. Our next panelist, Mr. Akshit Bansal, CEO and founder, Static. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Bansal. Thank you for joining us. And our last panelist, Mr. Ramanuj Kumar, partner, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. Very warm welcome to you, Mr. Kumar. I'd now like to invite my colleague, Sudhir Pal Singh, to please moderate the panel discussion. Over to you, Sudhir.
Thank you. Thanks, Ruchika. The panelists have all been introduced, and ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to this absolutely fantastic panel on the future of fossils, right? And of course, what is the way ahead for new energy in this country? It's such a pleasure, first of all, because to be moderating this, because my favorite panelists are here and my favorite topic. So I'm hopeful that over the next half an hour kind of time frame, we'll be able to have important key takeaways on this topic, which is very, very relevant, very, very important, particularly for a country like India, which is significantly developing, significantly changing. The nature and structure and the function of its energy industry is hugely in a flux, so to speak. But let me start this discussion by asking, of course, Alok sir, to put the entire topic in perspective for us. It's a very large debate of fossils, what happens to fossils, etc. And there are many facets to it. What constitutes fossil? How to deal with it? Are we doing the right things, etc.? But to begin with, sir, if you can tell us, if I can ask a pinpoint question about, there's a very essential need to increase the energy efficiency and the renewable energy kind of share and its integration in the larger value chain that is there in fossils currently. How do you look at that? What should be done?
Thank you for having me here, and good afternoon. See, fossil fuels are the backbone of our energy security today, not only in India, globally. If you see the overall energy supply, more than 80% comes from fossil fuels. In India, 79% of the energy which is supplied domestically comes from coal. And for any country which is a developing country, large country, energy security is very, very crucial. You have to see that energy is available at affordable and reliable manner. Having said that, India needs to move away from fossil fuels as quickly as possible in an orderly manner. Say, because we import more than 80% of our oil and more than 50% of gas. Gas imports are projected to go up to 60-70% in the next 5-6 years because we are resource constrained in oil and gas. So for energy security purposes, for our import dependency, we need to move. But this transition will take not years, decades. Because that is the projections we have done when we are sitting. We were sitting Niti Ayog doing a pathway for power sector 2070. So fossil fuels will continue to be important while we accelerate renewable energy. Renewable energy has several challenges. One of the panelists was mentioning earlier 50% capacity. Capacity is little misleading. If you see the emission factor of Indian grid, it is very sticky. About 4 or 5 years ago, it was 0.71 kg per unit. It rose to 0.74, I think it's around 0.73. So despite of all renewable energy pushing in, we are still, our grid factor is not coming down. So we need to push renewable energy. There are several challenges. The imports of the capital goods, the integration is not that simple, storage, that we should keep on trying for our energy security. Meanwhile, what can be done, in my view, is that the way we produce fossil fuels, the way we transport them, and the way we use them, there is a lot of scope for energy efficiency and greening the processes. For example, refineries, if they use green hydrogen, they can bring down emissions. Gas leakages, coal mines. If you visit a coal mine, most of the things are dieselized. If you see the coal mine, very diesel intensive. But I was very happy to see there are several of their equipment are now getting electrified. Coal loading, if you go to a coal mine, the loading is done by all the lifters which are all diesel operated. But you can turn these loading silos to electric silos, electric trains. So there is a lot of scope the way we use and produce fossil fuels in the transition. Second, we can do a lot because the pathway up to 2070 is very long. You never know what will happen to fossil fuels. One thing is sure, their share will decline gradually. But whether we will be able to eliminate it, it is not sure. Because it will depend on a lot of technological development and costs, what will happen. Let us have to try to put our foot in the new technologies for efficient use of fossil fuels like the advanced ultra supercritical power generation technology. Coal gasification is one which is important. And we should also look at the carbon capture and utilization technology because you never know after 25 years what will happen to India's energy requirements, energy supply situation, the supply chains. You may require use of fossil fuels even beyond 2-3 decades in a limited manner, but that will require new technologies. So for the timing, I'll stop at it. So to nutshell, the fossil fuel will be dependent, their share may come down, but in absolute terms, they will grow. We need to be efficient, and also we need to see the demand side. What was being said very correct. If you want to use renewables more and more, bring down emissions, we should push demand to daytime by segregation of agricultural feeder, by time of day tariffs. There are several things. Improve efficiency of your appliances, air conditioners and all. That way you can control the use of fossil fuels. So there are several ways I think we can talk as we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that initial comment, sir. But not a very hopeful, not a very optimistic picture you have drawn there. You're saying, we are likely to continue with fossils for a long time. Even if we, and you're also saying that despite all these, humongous growth about renewables, etc., the grid factor, the emission factor in the grid has not come down.
Despite, you run as fast as you can, but fossil fuel will be with you for at least 2.5 to 3 decades in a large measure. It will start declining its share, but not in absolute terms. And beyond that, nobody can save it predictably today. It depends on technology and cost and low-cost finance.
So when you're talking about the emission factor of the Indian grid, I'm sure you're referring to this data that CEA puts out, right? So what could be the reason behind it? Why would it not go down? I mean, what more needs to be done?
See, your 50% capacity doesn't help because its CUF is 20% for solar, 19% for solar, wind is 25%. So you need 4 times the capacity if you want to compete with the overall energy requirement. See, the emission factor is increasing because our energy demand is increasing very fast. Don't go by the dips in May or June this year. Overall energy demand is growing. We are increasing electrification also. And our renewables are not, they are progressing not at the pace which overall pie is growing. That is the reason you need all coal-based stations in the peak, and in this day we are sometimes curtailing solar also. So, renewable energy integration to grid is very, very complex. It has several costs which are not recognized. So, I'll say in one line, accelerate RE expansion as fast as you can, but still for next 2.5 decades, fossil fuels in overall terms will grow, their share may decline somewhat.
Sir, you said we are also, one of the solutions that you proposed was shifting of the demand curve, time of the day tariff. So I remember when you were CRC secretary 15 years back, since that time we have been taking all those initiatives to shift the demand curve, right? Time of the day tariff. Has that helped?
Of course. Earlier, if you see the data maybe 10-15 years ago, our peak was in the evening. But for the last several years, our peak maximum demand comes in the day now.
No, we have a significant peak in the evening even today.
But
right?
it is less than the day peak. Your 250 gigawatt was not in the evening, it was a daytime. So India has succeeded in shifting demand. We need to do more. That's all what I'm saying.
Thanks, sir. Mani, tell me something to be hopeful about in this in this entire debate. Yeah.
Thank you. That's a tall order, na? Give me the ray of hope right now. I think, frankly, it is very positive. You have to understand that, and I think in the last panel we discussed this, any change takes time. New technologies are coming and the prices are very low. You see the latest bids which have come out with RE plus BESS, but all of that will take time. And I agree.
He's not convinced.
No, but I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing that, see, the main focus for any country, including India, is energy security. How can you say it's time to cut down on the fossil fuels when you're not ready with your RE generation? And it's not, right now you cannot integrate the generation that you have. You need the storage plants, you need battery, you need pump storage, you need everything to integrate and actually use it the way it's supposed to be used. Having said that, see, I actually don't see a problem in the decarbonization of the power sector. We are on the right track. There are, and everyone in this room knows about it, there are a few constraints which have to be dealt with, incentives which have to be given. This thrust that we see in the recent times on the VGF and battery storage, the tranche 1, the tranche 2, every day there's a new tender coming out for battery storage from various states. Everyone realizes the need for it and they're preparing for it. It's a positive step. They're moving in it. I would love to see them come on ground. My, fingers crossed on that. We are getting very low tariffs, but I would love to see them on ground. But along with that, I think what is important, and this is going back to the Niti Aayog, modeling also that they did, your power sector decarbonization can happen, but it is so important to focus on the transport and industrial sector decarbonization. Because India is growing. We will have more and more industries coming up. They will ask for more and more energy. Now the question is, can these processes be changed right now to be more electrical? As your RE increases in the system, you start going that way. That decarbonization is something that we have to talk a lot more about, and we have to invest a lot more in it. Green hydrogen is there, but for green hydrogen also I need renewable energy, right? So the point is that may take some time. CCUS, that is something that you can look at right now, So there are a lot, and I think it's time to prioritize. And I think you rightly said, sir, 2070 is very far off. Let's focus on what we are doing in the next 5 years, build on that, and then go for the next 5 years. Otherwise, this 2070 is a little too far off, right?
Yeah, thanks. Mani, in the first part, you were talking about how the new tenders which are coming up are all, based on storage. And there was a time a few years back when people used to say it's not going to be viable, right? For the right reasons, like Minister Gadkari was saying here. The cost has come down significantly, okay? And no doubt about it. The problem is that, in fact, I do agree that all the new tenders are FDRE tenders, right? Today, by SECI, for example. And it's very low and all of that. And yet, developers are stuck with, they're not able to sign PPAs, right? That problem is there. For whatever reason, there is transmission capacity constraint or whatever, the DISCOMs are not willing to sign PPAs. So there is something fundamentally wrong somewhere, despite all the goods and the optimism that you represent. So there is something wrong somewhere. So what exactly is happening?
So the tenders I was referring to are the standalone BESS tenders which are coming out from all the states now. So now the states are realizing, see, the initial push was from when the central government had done the analysis, they knew BESS will be required, but it didn't really take off the way it was supposed to. The first SECI tender was on much higher prices, which didn't really go through. Now, as the prices have gone down, and the states are also, they all have done their resource adequacy plans, they have their resource adequacy plans, BESS will be required, or they can't really take care of integrate the RE that they have, right? So I think with all the states, and there's a considerable amount of, it's 18 lakh per megawatt that which is there. The VGF is there, and they're all going in for it. But they're all going in the OPEX model right now, because they're letting the developer come, operate it, and they're giving them the use cases. So I think we'll have to wait and watch, but it's on the right track.
Thank you. Let's turn to Akshay. Talking about hope. EVs, electric mobility is one area that's a ray of hope in the entire energy and the infrastructure industry. Of course, there are views that, and there's a very strong view that the e-mobility revolution is taking a lot of time to kind of come out of that two-wheeler or three-wheeler kind of domain. It's still to take a significant hold on the four-wheeler space, or forget about electric buses or trucks. That's very, very far away. In fact, that's also the crux of the recent Niti Aayog report on that. How do you look at this entire conversation? First of all, the broad developments that are currently happening in the electric mobility space. There's a spate of regulations. There are subsidies, which have helped the industry grow in the past some years. Now they are going to continue for some time. So that perhaps should be, some reason to be happy about. But then, there are teething issues, right? How do you look at this entire space?
Yeah, no, thanks a lot for having me here. We've been in this industry for the last 5 years, so we've actually seen the entire ecosystem grow, at least the e-mobility space. And though we started slow, in like 2020 till 2022 or 23, but the last 2 years I think have been the real inflection point in terms of e-mobility. Like last year, if I talk about cars, the EV penetration was like 2.5%, and this year it is 4.5%. So that's inflection point in my point of view, and that's beyond what we expected as well, because of which like the entire sector is booming, at least on the EV charging side as well that we're doing. The utilizations have already doubled on the chargers, right? Which is also making a CPO business more viable to do. And it's a chicken and egg problem for the vehicles and the chargers, right? So I think it's on a very, very positive trend, and that's majorly happening because of more price parity between ICE and EV vehicles. That's getting better. The battery prices have decreased 90% over the last like a decade, and there's a trend for it falling down further. And we also see more options of these vehicles to the end consumer, and there's a great adoption, right, from the consumers as well. Now the question is not about when will the fossil fuels decline. The question is how fast and how well can we build this infrastructure or the entire ecosystem to make sure we are more energy independent as a country, and we electrify things and we're more greener. So that's a question to be answered, and like coming from business point of view, that is our responsibility to make sure that we innovate on products, we make sure they are the technical feasibility, it gets adopted by the customer. And I think government is also doing a great job in facilitating everything in terms of the policies that they're coming out with. Example could be PME drive or other subsidies, PLI schemes. So I think overall it's moving in the right direction, and I'm really positive about it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ramanoj, you are an EV owner, right? And a driver also. I want to understand from you, how do you look at the entire fossil fuel space, and specifically from an EV point of view, how has the integration been? So there are multiple facets of this entire discussion. First is to have a certain level of demand aggregation, work out in favor of EVs. Then we need the technical availability of the right technology for example, grid integration. Then we need also the right kind of policy regulatory support that can allow, for example, interventions in charging time, etc., things like that. How do you look at this entire space?
So, first of all, as Alok sir was saying that
it's slightly misleading to talk of installed capacity in RE terms, because in terms of the grid integration, we're still only at 22% of renewable energy, and 78% is coal-fired or sort of conventional generation. Now, are we making progress? Definitely we are making progress, and we are on the right track. But probably the focus needs to now shift to measure and demonstrate how much RE we are, let's say, integrating into the grid every year, and need to set a target for that, and set policies to enable additional integration of RE, let's say every year, every 2 years, and every 2 years we should be doubling RE integration into the grid. That is how now we should measure progress. Now, coming to the EV and adoption and sort of greening of transportation sector, it is going to be sort of an incremental solution. The policies have been supportive. Look at the transportation sector, starting with the FAME 1, FAME 2, and now sort of transforming into PM E-Drive scheme. Obviously focusing more on the public transportation sector and the trucking sector rather than the passenger car sector. What we tend to see is how many passenger cars are being sold in the EV sector and how many two-wheelers and three-wheelers. We need to see the overall picture, and obviously the larger contributor to the pollution problem is the transportation sector, especially the commercial transportation sector. And we expect that the PME schemes such as PME Drive scheme and some of the state policies as well will sort of drive that the cost down and sort of bring larger penetration. What policies can do more? Now, if we look at the current debate which is happening around the changes in GST rate, right? Now, it is proposed that the current differential between on the GST rate between EVs and ICE engines is roughly in the range of 23% to 40%, right? Now, imagine that your EV is attracting 5% GST today, and 2 months down the line around Diwali, it will start attracting either 28% or 18%, depending on which bracket sort of GST Council decides to put it into. Now, clearly, roughly sort of 18-20% cost differential, if you push it up, that's going to be a big demand deflator, right? So probably that's something for the GST Council and then the policymakers to think about, that there is a longer runway required for encouraging EV adoption to continue the policy support that's currently in place. In fact, there is a need to deepen the policy support rather than sort of withdrawing it at this stage. And I'm not talking about EV sort of four-wheelers. I think we should look at the broader overall transportation sector, both personal mobility as well as the sort of public transportation solution. Needlessly, that the solution needs to focus more on the public transportation rather than the personal transportation. But clearly, that's something to think about. The second, I would say, is that one of your colleagues highlighted the problem in the previous discussion, is I am an EV owner, but I am still probably consuming sort of 78% of the electricity that I use to charge is only the coal-fired. It's a fair question, but obviously the solution won't come overnight. But if you see, the Ministry of Power has already issued guidelines for time of day tariff, right? And there is a direction to give 20% discount, minimum 20% discount for consumption during the daytime, the non-peak hours, right? Now, if we can integrate that policy into the sort of EV policy, and say that the more you charge your EVs during the off-peak hours, the cost is going to be lower, and incentivize the sort of companies like Static and other sort of charging platforms and aggregators to encourage charging during the non-peak hours, and enable sort of infrastructure and policy support for that. What it would mean is that your curtailment solution problem will go away to a large extent, because you will encourage more consumption during the non-peak hours, and you will encourage sort of larger EV adoption by bringing down the cost of powering those vehicles. So there is a sort of probably putting some of the different policy parameters, putting them together and making them integrate and then work in a seamless manner. That's where the solution lies.
Okay, thank you. This point about integration of time of the day tariff, as an intervention with the electric mobility, wasn't that already being worked upon, if I remember correctly, in the ministry? Sir, if you can throw some light on that. There was already some work happening on
what
that.
he was referring to, the ministry did two things in that period. First is EVs were allowed a single part tariff at average cost of supply, so that there are no demand charges because the utilization level is very low. Now it is improving. Second thing they did was this time of day tariff. The rules were notified that solar has to be given a discount of at least 20%, it can be more. And the peak tariffs in the evening for industries should be at least 20% higher, for households at least 10% higher. Several regulators are now in the process of adopting it. My take is that it should be accelerated as a national mission, because if we want to have more RE integration at lower cost, shifting demand is the key solution. If you permit, I'll just address one misnomer, that using grid electricity for electric vehicle is adding to emissions. No. There are established studies for four-wheeler engine. Even with the brown electricity, the emissions will come down because of efficiencies 90% of the electric motor than the ICE engine. So let us say, in one line, India should single-mindedly push electric mobility. We should not look to someday to hybrid, some to flex fuels. No, those are all distractions. India's future lies in electric mobility, because we have done wonders in, he is not talking about, see the railways getting completely electrified, all diesel gone. See the metros. One thing which now is coming, should be accelerated, is the electric trekking for short distances, regional, not heavy. For long distance trekking is still not doable because large battery size. That India has now picked up electric track. So electric mobility is the key, and even with the present grid factor in some segment, it will still reduce emissions.
Okay, yeah, thank you, sir. One thing that I want to understand from you, and all of you have referred to use of technology like CCUS, for example. Things like CCUS, it's almost like biodiesel, right? It hasn't picked up, right? I've seen it in the past 15, 20 years. It is where it was, right? It's refusing to come out of that testing pilot stage. There may be some commercial scale pilots, no doubt about it, but it's taking a lot of time, sir, right? So what exactly is wrong?
See, technologies do take time. China is now EV leader in 20 years. CCUS, time might come, and in my assessment will come sometimes around 2050, when you have a coal-based plant which you won't need to run only for 10% of the time. You use CCUS, it will be doable.
Around 2050.
Before that, where is the space for coal-based plants to backing down, because you don't have your energy demand is so galloping. And say, before that, I am all for RE, push it, na. But your energy demand is still growing further. So you may require CCUS. If you turn to 2050, maybe green hydrogen-based power generation will be more expensive. You have to set up a new capex. You have an old coal-based plant which is depreciated. If you use it for 10% with CCUS, it will be far cheaper. So please keep CCUS on radar, as she was saying. Work for it. There are two challenges. First is finding the storage space in Indian subcontinent, which is very slow. And secondly, carbon capture has been done, but we have not worked really for carbon dioxide pipelines and utilization. So let us work for it. My conviction is India will require CCUS after 2 or 3 decades. To some extent, it will be the least cost solution.
Mani, I want to understand from you, first of all, when you look at the Indian power utilities, right, I'm talking about DISCOMs, let's say, there is a lot of reluctance to change there. I know a lot of that has changed in the past some time, but then DISCOMs have been, and that's one area that opposes change tooth and nail until you really, really sit on their head and ask them to do something. And you know that, sir. So, and World Bank works with a lot of state utilities across India, right? I want to understand from you, with the kind of changes that are happening today, you know, a kind of a revolution in energy transition, that's the need of the hour, that's happening. So much is happening around the world, new technology integration is happening, new models are coming up, consumers, prosumers, etc. Have you really seen that change happening at the ground level? And secondly, how difficult it is to deal with them, you know, when your teams work with them? How do you manage things on ground?
Thank you. He kept referring to you, the things have changed. But frankly, when it comes to distribution sector in India, it is, and we read in all the reports, it's the weakest link in the power sector, but it is the most important link. If we do not focus on our distribution companies, and you know, we have worked across states and I've worked with a lot of distribution companies. I think first thing is, I feel that because they are the customer facing, they have so much happening. They are running from pillar to pole every day, trying to make the system work and you know, make sure the electricity reaches the households. The amount of phone calls they get sitting in their office, you spend one day in the distribution utility and you realize what all are they facing.
And yet smart metering targets are not being met.
No,
right?
so the thing is, no, so that's where we have to change our thinking. You have to understand all these technology changes which are happening, and there are quite a few happening. There's smart metering, there's, you know, you have e-mobility coming in, e-charging, solar rooftop. Everywhere distribution company plays a pivotal role to make it happen. But they also have to, they're also operating in the initial thing. AT&C losses is the main thing for them, right? They are normally in red. So they have to do their normal work, plus build their capacity to take on these new challenges. Are we giving them that kind of support to do that? Are we giving them that time off? That, okay, it's time that you know, a new fresh of people will become, we'll increase your size. We will get new people who have know-how of that technology. The distribution companies are not hiring the way they are supposed to, if they are supposed to reach this target. We put everything is demanded of them. They have to report on everything. There's a lot they can do, but they also have a lot of limitations, which I think as a sector we need to understand. It is time for us also, and frankly, none of this, every change that we are talking about, be it energy efficiency, renewable energy integration, or e-mobility, anything is not possible if the distribution company is not on your side. I'm telling you, solar rooftop, it's a win-win. But the point is the communication, the information, the capacity building, that hand-holding needs to be done so they can actually implement it. And we've seen it. Whenever you, in any state, you have a person who truly believes in that and understands the value of it, it's done. But the point is, if it comes that this, you know, you just get a letter that this has to be done, that won't really go. There's a lot of different steps. As long as the ecosystem is not in place, you will not be able to implement it.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not saying that good work hasn't happened, right? No doubt the AT&C losses, let's say overall accumulated losses of all discoms put together have come down significantly. Used to run into thousands of crores earlier. Today it's what, 20,000-30,000 crore if I'm not wrong. So yeah, that's I give you that point, no doubt. One quick thing, if I can ask you, Mani, is from a World Bank point of view, what are the top 2 areas within energy and maybe overall infra space that the bank thinks as the areas where a large part of its assistance focus has to be going forward for years to come? 2 areas that require immediate attention where you are, you're focusing in terms of extending financial support.
Okay, 2 is limiting, but I will start. The first would be the integration. And when I say integration of renewable energy, I'm not even saying renewable energy, integration, because I also see we've been focusing so much on the generation part that transmission which is a pivotal role in getting those electrons out, has slowed down. So investment in transmission and the storage. So that's what I call integration, so that we actually get the energy to the consumer. Secondly, I said this, I think the focus on the decarbonization, I'm calling it decarbonization, but basically more efficient use of energy. You can actually, see, we are all trying to, as Sir was saying, galloping energy demand. We can actually restrict that to a certain percentage if we are energy efficient. So it's a win-win situation if energy efficiency in households and in processes, industrial processes, becomes our main point.
Okay. Mr. Ramanuj, what is, so I completely agree with her on the point that, if we have to get it right on decarbonization, industrial decarbonization is the thing to go for, as a target. But it's much, much easier said than done, right? We're talking about industries like steel or refineries or fertilizers, very, very, if you look at their processes, it's very difficult to change them. Besides, technologically speaking, we are limited by options perhaps, right? So how to address that issue? What happens in nations which are more developed perhaps? Are there some learnings that we can take from them?
I think a couple of things we need to focus on. I mean, obviously there can be much more than couple, but I'll point out two things. I think in the entire energy transition stroke decarbonization value chain, we are still lot more dependent on the foreign technology and foreign capital to a large extent. What we need to do, and this is by no means exclusive, should be combined, we should set up a national technology mission for energy transition. This needs to be, let's say, a coalition of the willing. For example, leading IITs or other technical institutes, facilitated by the government, facilitated by some of the CSR funds, including by, let's say, from PSU sector. If you look at, let's say, green hydrogen value chain, we have very small electrolyzer manufacturing capacity. Some of the sort of, our domestic players have invested. They are looking at the technology value chain, but still very early days. But it is actually in early days that we need to focus on the value chain and bringing in the technology. Otherwise, we will be in the same position that we were in the renewables, where we are importing 100% or 80% of our solar modules and wind turbines. So if we really want to make a success of the green hydrogen and the targets that we have set ourselves as a nation, we need to focus on the technology stack, the entire value chain, and see how we can do the entire value creation within India and have domestic homegrown solutions rather than depend on the foreign technology. So that's the first part, I would say. Second part is, and this was something highlighted in the last panel as well, is the bringing the cost of capital down, right? Now, obviously that's easier said than done, because cost of capital is determined by a multitude of factors, some within our control, some not in our control, including sort of, what Fed decides one day will impact our cost of capital, right? But some things we can certainly do. I thought there was an opportunity for the RBI when they recently came out with the new norms for project finance, just about a month back. If you look at the prudential norms, the weightage for capital allocation, how much time, what should be the weightage for under construction projects, what should be the weightage for, post COD projects, and the host of regulatory norms for bank and NBFI lending. I think there is a need and an occasion to differentiate between fossil fuel-based projects and non-fossil fuel-based projects. And probably little more evolution can go towards giving weightages to how much energy intensity or emission intensity a project is going to absorb, how much land usage intensity a project is going to absorb, and how much water usage intensity is project going to absorb. And assign weightages and then decide the lending policies and rates according to those. The more energy intensive usage project you are going to put, probably it should demand a higher rate. and the lesser emission and the low carbon projects that you are going to put, the low water utility usage project you are going to put, it should command a lower rate in the market. There is a need to put a sort of, a more friendly framework, if I may put it, to enable lower cost of capital for projects and solutions focused on in the energy transition space. And how do you incentivize the lower cost of capital and ask for that, we must bring down the tariff, we must bring down and the, greenify the grid, but cost of capital for everyone remains same. So at least the capital in the technology part, if we can work out, but cost of capital for everyone remains same. So at least the capital in the technology part, if we can work out, a lot of the problem can be taken care of.
Okay, yeah, thank you. One last thing, one last question of this panel is what I'll ask to Akshat before we close is, if you look at the EV space, let's say, a lot of the Indian states in the past some time have come up with their own EV policies, and they're very favorable policies, right? Some of them are very, very favorable. So on policy and regulatory front, you are broadly set. One of the panelists in one of the panel discussions that we had earlier in the day, he was Kuljit Singh from EY. He was saying that we also don't have problems in terms of accessing or sourcing funds, right? That's also not an issue. So policy is there, money is there. The one thing that probably can act as a hurdle is the right, charging infra kind of technology that you have. Where does India stand currently on that? And what needs to be done to ensure that we are up to the mark on that front, so that circle is complete and we are able to grow?
Okay, no, that's a very, very valid question. Even though the number of vehicles are increasing, I think there are lot more pieces that need to come together, and our panelists have also talked about it, starting from the right cost of capital, right, that needs are available. The cost of capital needs to come down, right. The second thing is we need to really focus on having the whole tech stack built in India. That's very, very important, right, because we do not want reliance on foreign lands, right, and then the discoms, right, they are the key enablers in this, because as charge point operators, we're really dependent on them. So even though the policies are there, they're getting implemented, but they're still taking time to really get implemented on ground. And that is very important. So when I think all these things come together, which is funds, the right technology, and local support at the discom level, I think the whole EV charging play will come really well, and that is a catalyst for EV revolution to come in.
Okay, yeah, thank you. On that optimistic note, let's draw this discussion to a close. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. Audience, thank you for being such a patient audience. Thank you to all the panelists for all that information and perspective that you shared with us. And we really look forward to host you again on this platform. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Sudhir, for holding a very engaging discussion. A lot of important points have been made by our panelists today on how India needs to move away from fossil fuel quickly, but in an orderly manner. This transition will take decades, and as Ms. Khurana pointed out, the generation focus has been there, but it's transmission and storage which requires our attention. And of course, there has to be focus on decarbonization. The cost of capital has to come down, and as Mr. Ramanuj Kumar talked about, the National Technology Mission for Renewable Energy is also something which the government could think of with collaboration with institutes like IITs and company contributing towards that goal through CSR mechanism. So with this, we are now coming to the closing session of our Business Standard Infrastructure Summit. Please remain seated. The Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Mr. Sarbananda Sonowal, is in the building. He's arrived and will be joining us in just a minute. Please be seated. This will be the closing session of the day. May I please request all of you, all the ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The minister is going to arrive soon. May I please request the members of the audience standing near the door to please come inside and take their seats. Please, can you move a bit forward? Wait a little while longer. The minister is at the venue. He's just about to join us. But meanwhile, may I please request some of my colleagues sitting here, please take the seats in front if you can. And all those that are still waiting outside the hall, I request you once again to please come inside and take your seats. for our guest of the evening, Mr. Sarbanand Sonowal, Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today at Business Standards Infrastructure Summit for our closing session. A very warm welcome to Mr. Sonowal. Without wasting any more time, I'd like to invite Business Standards Editor-in-Chief, Mr. Shailesh Dobal, to please welcome the Minister.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Ruchika. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Business Standard, I have the honor and pleasure to welcome Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, to this special Business Standard event on infrastructure, India Builds for Growth and Green. Mr. Sonowal has previously served as the Chief Minister of Assam, that was 2016 to 2021, and as the Union Minister of Sports and Youth Affairs and the Union Minister for State for Entrepreneurship and Skill Development. Under his leadership, the ministry is actively moving towards establishing Atmanirbharta in shipping and shipbuilding and has pushed for multiple joint ventures between Indian and major private sector shipyards. He is steering the 25,000 crore Maritime Development Fund for cheaper finance for large ships, a recycling scheme, and building maritime industrial clusters. Under Mr. Sonowal's leadership, the ministry was able to achieve a historic first with as many as 5 maritime reforms bill passed in the monsoon session of Parliament that ended today. A big applause for the minister, please. Honorable Minister, we are indeed grateful to you for agreeing to be here with us today, despite your busy schedule. May I now invite the Honorable Minister to please deliver his much-awaited keynote address. Over to you, Mr. Sonowal, please.
Namaskar. Today, I believe this particular occasion is specially dedicated for the infrastructure growth in the country. And for this summit, Business Standard Infrastructure Summit 2025, I got the invitation from respected A.K. Bhattacharya ji, respected Shailesh Dobal ji, and all others, friends from Business Standard. Respected ladies and gentlemen, मैं आप सबको दिल की गहराइयों से शुभकामना देता हूं और आप सब देश के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है और आप सब एक भारतीय होने के नाते गौरवशाली भी है। I have a written kind of speech. I'll just cite it out. Please bear with me. Let me first of all express my heartfelt gratitude to Business Standard for inviting me to the first edition of Business Standard Infrastructure Summit today. A grand vision has been set forth by our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, to make India a Viksit Bharat, an Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant nation, a $30 trillion economy by Amritkal of 2047. A decade back, India was lingering at the 11th position in global ranking of economies, and within a short span of time, we have jumped to the 4th position, and very soon we are going to be the 3rd largest economy of the world. This has not been an easy task. This required a grand vision, a vision which had a very clear direction, a perfect strategy, and above all the commitment, sincerity, and will to achieve the laid out goals. It required good governance, innovation, policy, financial and legislative reforms, and last but not the least, massive infrastructure development. Friends, let me quote our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji. We must invest in resilient infrastructure today for a better tomorrow. Our government, under his dynamic leadership, has embarked on this ambitious journey to revolutionize the country's infrastructure landscape, aiming to bolster economic growth, sustainable development, and at the same time being sensitive to the needs of the environment and ecological balance. To foster economic growth and development, this year's budget has allocated rupees 11.21 lakhs crore towards capital expenditure. This marks an over 5-time increase in capex allocation over the meager rupees 2 lakhs crore in 2014. Vision. Dear friends, have you thought why no reforms in the maritime sector were initiated in the years from 2004 to 2014 during the UPA regime? For reforms to be initiated, you need a vision. They sadly had no vision for the maritime sector too. They were sea blind. It once again required the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister to create a grand vision for reviving our maritime sector, for restoring our maritime sector to the glory it had witnessed over 5,000 years ago as the leading maritime nation of the world. Our Prime Minister recently went to Tamil Nadu and commemorated the 1,000 years of legendary maritime expedition of Rajendra Chola I to Southeast Asia. Only a person who cherishes his glorious past, that is Virasat, will be able to start a glorious future, that is Vikas. Such a person in our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. From no vision of the UPA regime, Modi ji gave us two grand visions: Maritime Vision, the Maritime India Vision 2030, and Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047. Under the Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047, aligned with Blue Economy principle which lays a long-term roadmap to transform India maritime sector, investment in this sector is being scaled up to rupees 80 lakhs crore. Let me repeat, 80 lakhs crore. That is the target. It focuses on expanding port capacity, operational efficiency through digitization and automation, and promotion of green initiatives like hydrogen hubs. The vision also aims to boost coastal tourism, strengthening maritime skill development, and positioning India as a global hub for shipbuilding, recycling, and repair. Millions of employment would be generated in the nation as a result of the far-reaching developmental outcome of this vision. Let us talk about legislative reforms. India's maritime infrastructure had been languishing for many decades. Please forgive me if I am making it look political, but I have to set the context why our nation was languishing with a very slow pace of development in the decades 2004 to 2014. Laws in the form of updated, globally aligned, business-friendly, forward-looking legislations are the foundation of any aspirational economy. Our nation was saddled with more than 1,500 legislation which were pre-constitutional, which we no more in sync with the contemporary global economic requirement. Who would have done business with such a nation carrying on with such archaic laws? We started this movement of transformation through reforming our legal system by updating our legislation and repealing pre-constitutional legislation which also were a symbol of colonial rule. Our ministry is a very important infrastructure ministry entrusted with maintaining global supply chain for ensuring unhindered trade and commerce. Our laws should always be updated and aligned with global best practices. Sadly, during the last 10 years from 2004 to 2014, we wasted a decade full of opportunities. Only one new legislation, namely the Indian Maritime University Act 2008, was enacted by the UPA regime. Whereas during the last decades of our good and reformative governance, we enacted 11 new legislation. During their 10 years, one, and during our 9 years' time, it is 11th. Some of our legislation dated back to 1856. Our earlier Indian Port Act was on 1908. Our Honorable Prime Minister has always alluded to speed and scale as a guiding principle in our governance, development, and reforms. With this spirit, I am very happy to state that after extensive stakeholders' consultation, discussion, and deliberation, and in the spirit of cooperative federalism, during this session of Parliament, we enacted 5 landmark legislation which will forever alter the maritime landscape of the nation, establishing a strong, business and environment-friendly, globally aligned, and competitive legislation framework. Friends, legislative reforms, while providing a strong foundation and a trustworthy, business-friendly maritime legal framework in our nation, needs to be complemented with financial reforms, enabling flow of finances towards building a capital-intensive maritime sector. This year, Indian budget provided a strong impetus for the faster growth of this sector by way of several path-breaking budget announcements. Never in the history of Indian budget has so much support been given to the maritime sector. Maritime Development Fund with a corpus of rupees 25,000 crores, the new shipbuilding financial assistance policy 2.0, capability and capacity development and extension of tonnage tax scheme to inland vessels, extension of basic custom duty exemption on import material for shipbuilding and shipbreaking, conferring infrastructure status to large ship, facilitation of shipbuilding cluster have been transformative announcements. These are very soon going to get formal approval, laying out a comprehensive ecosystem for setting up of a robust and vibrant shipping sector in our nation. Friends, prior to 2015, this ministry did not have a flagship program of its own. This reflected the lack of sense of policy or program in the governance of UPA dispensation. Our Honorable Prime Minister launched the Sagarmala program in 2015. Currently, there are about 840 projects worth of rupees 5.8 lakhs crore for investment for the implementation under the Sagarmala program of the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways by 2035. 272 projects worth rupees 1.41 lakhs crore have already been completed and 217 projects worth rupees 1.65 lakhs crore are under implementation. Friends, in the sector of port development, the first major port project of this century initiated largest infrastructure project in the port sector till now. Work for building the largest port of the nation and also one of the top 10 container port of the world. Our EXIM cargo is going to double in value from 1.1 trillion US dollar today to more than 2 trillion US dollar by 2030, and our ports needs to gear up to handle this increased amount of EXIM cargo. Greenfield port at Vadhavan in Maharashtra with an investment of rupees 76,000 crores. It will be India's biggest port by capacity when operational. An international container transshipment terminal at Galathia Bay would also be built soon. Port, shipping, and inland waterways have received a never-before-seen trust by our government-led Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. The investment made by the country in the port and shipping sector since 2014 on improvement of infrastructure under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has started yielding results. Average container dwell time for India. It is very remarkable. Please listen. Average container dwell time for India as per World Bank's Logistic Performance Index reports 2023 has improved to only 3 days as compared to 4 days for countries like UAE, South Africa, 7 days for USA, and 10 days for Germany. Indian ports turnaround time of 0.9 days is better than advanced maritime nations such as USA, Australia, Belgium, Canada, Germany, Singapore, and many others. Today, 9 of our port figures in the top 100 container port of the world, and 1 major port, Visakhapatnam port, features among the top 20 in the world as per the World Bank Container Performance Index reports. The crux of all our initiative is to ensure that a large chunk of India's cargo moves by inland and coastal waterways, a green mode of transport as the world looks at ways to reduce carbon emission. During the last 10 years, the cargo movement by inland waterways has increased by over 7 times and by over 150% in coastal waterways. In the PPP sector, the Ministry of Ports, Shipping Waterways in India is actively boosting private investment in the maritime sector through a multi-pronged strategy anchored
in policy reforms, infrastructure development, and public-private partnership. The new Indian Port Bill 2025 provides clear provision for PPP and foreign investment, giving ports greater autonomy to set competitive tariff and plan long-term development. Additionally, the ministry has identified 50 PPP projects worth over 60,000 crores to be taken up in coming years, significantly exceeding its initial target under the National Monetization Pipeline. Further, the government aims to raise the share of private participation in major port to 85% by 2030. This initiative, combined with the establishment of bodies like Maritime State Development Council and state maritime boards, are expected to foster cooperative federalism and create a robust ecosystem for private and foreign investment. Green initiative. This is a key part of the government agenda. We have framed the Harit Sagar guidelines to promote green shipping, developing methanol and green hydrogen plant at major ports, bunkering of green fuel at major ports, and green corridor between ports, and for instance, between Dindal Port in Gujarat and VOC Port in Tamil Nadu. This is a huge opportunity for the private sector as it requires investment of thousands of crores. We are also in the process of introducing electric trucks for port operation, with at least 6 to 7 major ports floating tenders to charter green truck. The Hong Kong Convention has come into force on June 26 this year, and India is a party to the convention. Our ship recycling yard at Along in Gujarat have upgraded their facilities to comply with the convention and are in a strong position to become a preferred destination for global fleet owners to recycle their end-of-life ship in an environmentally sound manner. The investment requirement in our maritime sector will run into several lakhs of crores. So these are some of the exciting examples I have cited it out. And in the last 11 years, whatever initiative being undertaken by this ministry under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, because of his quality leadership, visionary leadership, this ministry could able to achieve this target. Earlier, the ports were not that way competent, and it didn't have that capacity to welcome the foreign fleets with goods, and also in the loading and unloading sector also they took a lot of times because of the lack of quality operational facilities. Now because of the modernization, mechanization and digitization, through this Sagramala program, we have set, Honorable Prime Minister has given this direction, that unless you make your port modernized, world class, it is very difficult to adjust, to give the facility for bathing comfortably to the big vessels. Some vessels measures up to 300 meters, 400 meters. So with their adequate draft, you will have to create that ecosystem so that they feel at home. And they could also feel that this is a place where ease of doing business facilities very much available. So this confidence will have to be generated among the shipping liners, and also the person involved in the export-import like business. They will have to make so connected in this particular facility improvement, infrastructure development, that tomorrow they feel very much relaxed to invest thousands of crores without any hesitation. So this is the way I believe our ports could able to enhance its capacity of cargo handling. Right from modernization, mechanization, digitization, then port-led connectivity enhancement. This is very much important. Their port must be connected with railways and roadways, so that the transporter have the easy access to the ports to transport their goods to the targeted destination of the globe. So this is one vertical. The other vertical, that port-led industrialization. The industry, the unit, whatever item they produce, manufacture, mean for the global market, it should be close to the port. That is why we could able to create SCZ in Mumbai, JNPA, and ultimately could create that kind of ecosystem. As a result, now JNPA could able to assist the saturation point. They could able to increase their container handling capacity up to 10 million. First time in the history. एक ताली हो जाए. Because this is remarkable, because ये जो सफल हमने जो सफलता प्राप्त की है, इसका पीछे आप लोगों का भी योगदान है, देशवासियों का योगदान है. ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ पोर्ट सेक्टर में जो काम किया है उन्हीं का सब कुछ किया हुआ, ऐसा हो नहीं सकता. क्योंकि हमारे हिंटरलैंड में जो भी प्रदेश है, प्रदेश का जो किसान है, जो एमएसएमई सेक्टर का अलग अलग इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर में जो भी लोग हैं, उनकी द्वारा निर्मित जो भी सामग्री होता है, ये ग्लोबल मार्केट में पुश करने के लिए हमारे ट्रेन हो या रोड हो, ट्रक हो, इससे हमारे पोर्ट तक उलाते हैं. तो इससे साफ जाहिर है कि देशवासियों का जो सहयोग है, इसके वजह से आज हमारे पोर्ट ने अपना परफॉर्मेंस, अपना शक्ति दिखाने का काम किया है. तो दिस इज द वे दिस पर्टिकुलर सागरमाला प्रोग्राम हैड बीन properly implemented, and also coastal community development. It is not that we are only simply developing our infrastructure facility, but at the same time we will have to take care of the people living on the coastal areas. 9 coastal states, 4 union territories. In all these areas, whoever is residing, those people's welfare must be thought about, and for their recruitment, for their creating ample opportunity for their earning source. So these are all being put into this particular program. That is why for the fishermen, we are creating fishing harbor, like in the 11 numbers of fishing harbor in both East Coast and West Coast. So this is how, and also we are developing the skills of development center for maritime, trade. So that is why their sons and daughters are all being trained, and ultimately they have been positioned in the different sector for their better living and better earnings. So this is one of the sector, coastal community development. Then there is coastal and inland waterways. So coastal shipping and inland waterways, for both the sector, for the promotion of all these sectors, different kind of scheme has also been taken and ultimately implemented. So I believe this is how, in the last 11 years, the success story are being created, and I believe that this is how the cargo handling capacity from 855, that was up to 2014, it was million metric ton, but it jumped up to 1690 million metric ton by our 12 major ports. This is, but altogether it is 2,600 million metric ton. But our target is very clear. By 2047, the cargo handling capacity of Indian port will increase up to 10,000 million metric ton. 10,000. And as a shipbuilding nation, we want to position ourselves within the top 10 shipbuilding nation in the world by 2030. Amritkal Vision 2030. And by 2047, we will be the top 5 shipbuilding nation in the world. So in the different vertical, we have set our target very clear. That is why this 80 lakhs crore investment will be there in the sector of infrastructure development, facility improvement, and quality increased sectors in altogether everywhere. Like this particular initiative will be taken up, and I believe our sector, whatever it is doing, it is because of Honorable Prime Minister's vision and his direction and his untiring effort, and because of the good governance. Because आपको सुशासन का व्यवस्था ना होने से सरकार का काम कभी भी सही नहीं होते. तो इसलिए पिछले 11 साल में जो सुशासन व्यवस्था लागू की गई है, good governance, transparency and accountability, all being very much clear into the mindset of the people of the country. Earlier, it was always in the darkness. People had a doubt, apprehension, but those elements are no more in the mindset. Very much clear. They know that whatever we are doing, whatever government is like, taking the initiative, it would be very transparently, it would be deliberate, and whatever scheme government is like taking up, all scheme will be implemented with quality and commitment. So all the figures, even it is revealed through the portal, either in the app or in the portal and the different digital devices. So I believe this is how the entire government is functioning, and that is why we could able to generate confidence within ourselves that yes, India can become third largest economy by 2029. And we are going to become #1 economy, no doubt about it, by 2047. So I hope that this ministry will always get the blessing from you. And please keep on sending your valuable suggestion, valuable kind of, inputs, whatever you have within your mindset or within your entire exercise. If you put a thought into this particular maritime sector, because this waterways, it is a gifted connectivity. Gifted, it is not humanly created. It is gifted, whether it is ocean or sea, coastal or inland waterways. It is all being created by God, and we are to explore it properly with our advanced scientific approach without affecting the ecology and environment. We do not want to grow our economy at the cost of ecology and environment. It is very much clear. That is why National Hydrogen Mission have come into place. That is why we have been directed by Honorable Prime Minister, develop green shipping, green port, green vessels, so that there cannot be any emission of carbon. Let the creature living on the planet Earth live peacefully, without any problem. If we could create pollution, then definitely, ultimately, we are inviting trouble to our life. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, we have learned a lesson why nature is important for us. It is not that only human life, plant life, animal life, and living organism. For all forms of life, this environment protection, preservation is absolutely essential for all of us. प्रकृति और प्राणी, प्रकृति रहेगा तो प्राणी रहेगा. प्रकृति प्राणियों के लिए सजी गई है. Don't you agree with me? So I believe this commitment must stand tall all the time in our approach of life. इसलिए परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश में लोगों का बीच में विशेष रूप से अनुभव जगाने के लिए एक पेड़ मां के नाम, कितना बढ़िया कार्यक्रम है और हमें इसका महत्व को गंभीर रूप से उपलब्धि करना चाहिए. एक पेड़ मां के नाम. हमारी कहावत है, पेड़ रहेगा तो हम रहेंगे. Even in the sector of water, I have always been saying like this: water to wisdom, water to wealth, water to weather, water to the world. This is the power given by water. Water is the source of all kind of energies. इसलिए ये पानी रहेगा तो प्राणी रहेगा, और पानी साफ रहेगा तो पर्यावरण भी साफ रहेगा. जल से जलवायु, water to weather. This must be realized. So I believe with these few words, I am very thankful to all of you. You have given a lot of patience. मैं पढ़ने में ठीक नहीं हूँ, इसलिए मुझे हमारी जितना भी स्टाफ है सब बोलने लगता है कि आप मत पढ़िए, कि आप पढ़ने में ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि I hope that I have not made you both particularly tired in this approach. And anyway, I am especially thankful to Business Standard. I am just telling Bhattacharya ji और डोभाल जी को मैंने बता रहे थे, मुझे ये बहुत अच्छा लगा, बिजनेस स्टैंडर्ड। बिजनेस करना है तो स्टैंडर्ड मेंटेन करो। यानी कि whatever you do with quality and commitment. I believe that is the powerful message you have percolated to the ground through this. है ना? So, मैं तो आज इससे यही अनुभव के हिसाब से मैंने हासिल की है, और हमारे भी परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का यही कहना है कि देश के लिए जो भी काम करोगे, ये काम सही होना चाहिए, जहां निष्ठा होना चाहिए, भक्ति होना चाहिए, ईमानदारी होना चाहिए। जो उन्होंने करके दिखाया है, साबित किया है, नीति, रणनीति और नियत अगर एक साथ जुड़ जाए, इट्स लाइक बिल्डिंग ए बेटर हेल्थ, होलिस्टिक हेल्थ केयर, तन मन आत्मा, तीनों को अगर आपने जोड़ लिया थ्रू द प्रैक्टिस ऑफ योगा, you could integrate 3 powerful components of human body. अगर इसको एक साथ जोड़ लिया, आप सबसे शक्तिशाली है, हमेशा तंदुरुस्त रहेंगे और हमेशा खूबसूरत रहेंगे। So this is how Honorable Prime Minister has proved that नीति, रणनीति और नियत, ये अगर सही है तो आप समाज के लिए, देश के लिए भक्ति भावनाओं से बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं। नीति और रणनीति कितना बेहतर क्यों ना हो, अगर नियत खराब है सब बिगड़ जाता है। तो इसलिए यूपीए रिजिम में शायद ऐसा ही हुआ। जो भी हो, मैं आप सबको हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं, और मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के आशीर्वाद से मुझे जो सेवा करने के लिए मौका मिली है पोर्ट शिपिंग वाटरवेज मंत्री के हिसाब से, मैं भी चाहता हूं कि हमेशा ईमानदारी से काम करो। अगर हमारे मंत्रालय की कोई भी आपकी शिकायत है, आप प्लीज़ हमें बताइएगा, अगर क्या सुधारना है, कुछ जोड़ना है, व्हाट मोर वी कुड डू फॉर द कंट्री, फॉर द पीपल, प्लीज़ एक्सटेंड योर meaningful suggestion. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Hello. It's on. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello, ठीक है. Many thanks, Honorable Minister, for that comprehensive and high quality address. You gave us the full 360-degree view about the maritime infrastructure, the key flagship schemes in Sagarmala, the vision and the thought behind the 80 lakh crore plan, from EXIM competitiveness to port capacity, keeping up with the green economy, developing the coastal tourism, coastal lifestyle, to the ambition of taking India to be a global hub of shipbuilding. You said top 10 by 2030 and top 5 by 2047. I have 2-3 questions, taking off from, you mentioned about Vadhavan port. It will be the biggest port in India, 76,000 crore investment. There's one coming up in Nicobar as well. So when do you think we can see light of the day? These ports will see the light of the day.
Yeah, first part, there will be two phases. First phase will be expected to complete by 2029, and second phase by 2037. So these are the 2 phases we have set for the, as a target for the completion of the construction.
For the Vadhavan port?
Yeah, Vadhavan port. That is all-time biggest port after independence.
इतना बड़ा पोर्ट कभी भी बने नहीं। और अभी आपको बता दूं मैं बर्धमान पोर्ट का विशेषता क्या है, वाई what is the significance of this particular port? This port is going to create a city, port-led city development. This is one of the vertical also. Out of the port activities, a city will be born. City ka means infrastructure, institution, industry, employment, opportunity, all kind of ecosystem will come up. This, and for your information, it is a very exciting figure. कुल मिला के बर्धमान पोर्ट बनने का बाद हमें इससे 12 लाख लोगों को डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली हम एम्प्लॉयमेंट दे पाएंगे।
12 लाख
12 लाख लोगों को, यानी कि now even in JNP also directly and indirectly all together 3 lakhs people's involvement is there. JNP, yeah. And this is the power of the port modernization, port capacity enhancement, and port operation, and port created facilities. पोर्ट का मतलब है यहाँ आपको वार्ड मतलब वेयर हाउस से लेकर आपके कनेक्टिविटी से लेकर आपको इंडस्ट्री से लेकर अलग अलग मतलब आपका वर्टिकल से अपने पोर्ट का जो भी व्यवस्था खड़ा होती है, इससे सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र की लोगों का बेनिफिट होगा ऐसा नहीं, देश के अलग अलग प्रांतों का साथ इससे मतलब जोड़ा जाएगा, क्योंकि हमारे जो कनेक्टिविटी होंगे रेलवे एंड रोड का, और साथ साथ में हमारी कुल मिला के ये कार्गो हैंडलिंग कैपेसिटी विच ए वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग वन, इट इज 300 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन सिर्फ अकेला एक पोर्ट देगा, 300 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन, इनमें से 23.3 मिलियन ट्यूज कंटेनर सिर्फ हैंडलिंग करेगा
Badawan port. Okay. And Nicobar?
That is also coming up with the like cost of rupees 48,000 crores. तो उनमें से भी ऐसे ही 18 मिलियन ट्यूज का वहाँ कंटेनर हैंडलिंग होगा, और that will be very much accessible to the main international sea road. It is very close. It is hardly 100 nautical mile from there. So I believe it will give a lot of scope for the global connectivity and for the transshipment in many ways. I believe this is going to be the game changer.
Any timeline for the Nicobar port? Any timeline for the Nicobar port?
Yeah, of course, that is also we have targeted, and now we have started the initiative first, and in the next 10 years' time, it is expected to complete.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honorable Minister, you spoke about making India the top shipbuilding nation, top 10 by 2030 and top 5 by 2047. Budget also announced big things around shipbuilding. So where have we moved? Have things moved beyond that?
Yeah, of course. Now it is a very encouraging news for all of us that the government of Maharashtra, they are also coming up with maritime policy, and also Andhra Pradesh, they are also coming maritime policy, because state and center, if we join hands to each other, then the question of growing the industry faster. So that is why, in association with the state government, we are going to develop the cluster, shipbuilding cluster. And not only ship, but also associated all other required equipments and parts will also be manufactured in and around of the, the center. So that is the way we want to make, on the direction of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Atmanirbhar Bharat. क्योंकि एक जहाज बनाने के लिए 5,000 अलग अलग आपको पार्ट चाहिए, इक्विपमेंट चाहिए, 5,000 डिफरेंट इक्विपमेंट एंड पार्ट चाहिए, तो वो भी स्पेशलाइज्ड होना चाहिए, उसको भी क्लासिफाई करना होगा वन ऑफ द टॉलेस्ट क्लासिफिकेशन सोसाइटी के द्वारा, तो तब जाके आप जहाज में उस पार्ट को इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। तो इसलिए इतनी बड़े रकम में जो भी व्यवस्था चाहिए, इस व्यवस्था को खड़ा करने के लिए हम लोगों ने shipbuilding cluster बनाने के लिए।
Okay, are big shipbuilders across the world, are they interested in our policy?
Yeah, of course, there are many more shipbuilder they are coming forward, and also there are some leading nation, Japan and South Korea, they are also coming and having dialogue with us. We have already started bilateral discussion, and some others like France also.
CMA, CGM, they have also come to the Cochin Shipyard Limited. They have placed the order of 2 big ships. So that way we are also creating kind of the environment in such a manner that now the leading players from across the world, they are coming forward to India, and also they are also visiting the shipyard and also willing to manufacture ship for their own utilization in India.
Okay, okay. One last question, Honorable Minister. There's global uncertainty around the Trump tariffs. Exports are suffering, trade are suffering. So what are the specific measures the government is looking at the shipping sector to support the shipping sector during this time?
Please repeat the question.
The geopolitical
uncertainty. We have so many road alternatives. Supposing IMEC corridor, India, Middle East, European corridor.
Yeah.
We have already started the proceeding now, and we are associating with all others like respected, concerned nations, having dialogue, and also going for the future course of action. That way, INST, that is International North-South, that transport corridor. There's a link with the, from Iran to the CIS country. That is also one of the, road. And also we could able to develop Eastern Economic Corridor, Chennai connecting Vladivostok, Russia. So that is the way we are creating, considering the geopolitical situation. It is not that we are to keep silent. We are putting our efforts and finding out alternative way out, so that our voice can be continued with power and energy and vision.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sonowal, for a very, very exciting and engaging session that we just hosted. If you can please take your seats, I would now like to invite Ms. Sangeeta Kheura, Vice President, Business Standard, to please present a vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. As we conclude the BS Infrastructure Summit 2025, on behalf of Business Standard, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guests and speakers. Thank you, Honorable Minister Nitin Gadkari ji and S. Sonowal, for sharing your valuable insights and expertise with us today. To our panelists, for your engaging discussions and thought-provoking perspectives. We also appreciate the support of our sponsors, without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. Government of Goa as a presenting sponsor, Vedanta as our associate sponsor, State Bank of India as our financing partner, Union Bank of India, our banking partner, and our co-sponsors, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas, NHPC, UCO Bank. A special thanks to 24 Frames Digital for partnering with us as our webcast partner year on year. And finally, to our audience, thank you very much for your active participation and engagement throughout the day. Your presence has enriched the discussion and made this summit a success. Before we part ways, please join us for high tea and snacks. Thank you once again.